I'll send you in, Brenda.
Recording in progress.
How poso na tanaway makanak ni anan tapahika nawe yo ayawak ni waiwanan katana ni mua e hios case be a day of mao ni wea e hiom match me akatia e homosni o Menominee sachi kawi kamako yope te hawe na map in queso nisa no matata case katan 2025 e hios so Menominee keikito nini wa keikito matamo sachi kawi kamako Yope Yos Katel Mawa Chasenea, hey, Homosni, Nikut Ash Natum, call to order. Joey Awanape, Yosian, Michael Fish Jr.,
Yosian.
Gina Katkak, Randall Chevalier,
Here.
Joan Delabrew, Spencer Gothier,
Yosian.
Danelle Greeno. She is going to try and log on over Zoom. I see her name on there. And she will be just a little bit late with her physical presence.
Sorry, I'm here, guys.
All right, Waiwan and Samantha Greeno. and Dana Wabanaskam.
Here.
Item number niece on our agenda is the Menominee prayer. So as we get started with our legislative year, I'll offer our prayer here this evening as we get going. And I ask our tribal leaders and our tribal membership to keep our relatives in prayer and in thought this evening, those that are dealing with loss. We as a nation are struggling with a great loss of one of our elders. It hurts each and every one of us as our elders make their journey. So we keep their family in prayer. We ask for life and strength for each and every one of the Hapatas family members and all of our relatives that are struggling with loss during these months. Think about our relatives that are having hard times, that are struggling with sickness, those that are fighting addiction. We ask that they receive the strength they need to continue fighting in a good way. Keep our elders in prayer. Ask for life and strength for our children. And as always, for each and every one of our warriors and our veterans that have served and that are serving. You know, for each and every one of the leaders here, that our eyes remain open and our ears remain sharp so that we can make the best decisions for our people. Nahao mamao kohnano yope hios and it's mawa chasenea. Waiwanan katanan metse kako quais menekea mao matno manewak. Ta yope hios mashik and it's mawa chaseneak. Keketo niniwak, keketo matamo sak. Ha wina hapni nichi anak mashik mao matno manewak. Yope ta nikato kochemo nea. So patch so wano to wawak mao matno manewak mak mawak. And it's kadam mako siwak. So sakanani matno awe wak mao and ini. Mashikta yope patch chait na pomen. Mao ni kom wiak and it's wait sakasit. Wait sakasitua and it's kano matno wiwak. Mason hene miskoze win. Mashikanum whiskey pemata sewan. Wina hapni katao matno awe wak. Ta yope and mak. Mache mane mawak mao and ini a kom kitch kiwak. Mase wanani and it's wawiki heat to do a yosa kihi. Patch so wanamin. Mashikta kanapamin. Mao kitch kiwak mase wow. So patch pemata situa mao and ini. Mase kako kakena mahakom kitch kiwak. Wina hapni mao nichi anak kinichi anaminawak. Mason mao meni koawasit a kom nichi anak. Keat sesak a panisak. Waskin and niwak. Madamo sesak hawe wak. Sakanani and it's katao and nani wak madamo sak hawe wak. Mason hene ma whiskey kako ma nichi anak so mano pichi kitua. Ta yope ne kata kochemonen and it's the kanawe a kua ma simaka nesak me se wanani and it's wiki tua. Patch passing a makono tahoa one mashiko mane tanoa one a kom simaka nesak ma nano e tosak. So sakananese that matno awe so matno pape mata situa. Yope ta katao catch ka kiki titua metse kako e hios nech keketo niniwak kom nech a kom keketo niniwak wina hap keketo madamo sak so mahno totuia e hios so mahno ka kiki tia e ho masatupone metse kako in case kochemonen kino kiwi kitan so ornan kita peta sewan so tapena ne netnimum na wena kato atan chekni e komasum and it's wake na wakey wa me so pacho top and ne wa kom komaso masano in it waiwanan. Thank you everybody. So item number number 3 is public comment period. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment? All right, hold up, Joanne. We're double checking to see if anybody in the room has signed up. All right. Okay, we do have one online. We have Joanne online. Since we do have a speaker for public comment, I will read the rules for public comment under LRP 5.05. Number one, this is a public comment period and not a question and answer session. Your concern may be put to other committees, but you may not receive a response immediately, as this may be a personnel or personal issue. Number two, prior to speaking, each speaker must complete the public comment sign-up form prior to the start of the regular scheduled legislature meeting. Requests will be allowed on a first-come, first-served basis. Number three, please treat everyone with respect and courtesy, just like you would want to be treated. Express your ideas and opinions in an open and helpful manner. Please avoid naming individuals during your comments. Number four, please direct all comments to the chairperson and not to any individual legislator. Number five, each speaker will begin by stating their name and topic. Number six, personal attacks aimed at individuals will not be tolerated. Number seven, the chairperson will limit disruptive behavior by calling to order persons demonstrating rude, boisterous, or profane behavior. Number eight, the chairperson reserves the right to call a recess and or request removal of such persons from the meeting by law enforcement. Number nine, each speaker is allowed 5 minutes per topic. We will have our executive personnel starting the timer as each speaker begins. I'm very honored to have tribal members on the Zoom call with us, and we do have one that is asking to speak under public comment. All right, Joanne, you kind of know the routine. If you would please be so kind as to share your name and your topic.
Can I just make mention that it looks like Mark Greeno requested public comment before me?
Mark,
So if you'd like, I see in the chat there, Mark Greeno. He's got a request to be in public comment before I do. M-A-R-C.
Okay, I see it now. Waiwan and Joanne, I appreciate that.
You
Mr.
go ahead, take first.
Aha,
Thank you.
Waiwan. Mark, are you there?
Wow, and Joanne, I appreciate that. Also, MTL, it's good to see you all again tonight. I'll keep my comment brief, but I saw that the Wolf River Development Corporation had a board of director opening. But when I looked at the informational flyer to submit the letter of interest, it said it's only being filled for this month. So I didn't understand why we'd be filling a board seat for only like 1 week, and then they'd kind of be out of the term would expire then. So I'm just curious why we're looking to try and vote on a WRDC board member tonight when they'll only be in office for 1 week and then it expires at the end of the month. Was that a typo?
Yeah, Waiwan and Nema, appreciate that. Yes, it was a typo. The term will run until 2028. It's a 3-year seat.
Okay, are you guys going to resend that out since it was a typo?
No, we will not. Legislature will make that determination when we get to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate the time. Thank you, guys.
Waiwan. Joanne?
So can I start with first a question to clarify something also?
Sure, if we can answer it, we will.
Yeah, because normally you'd be doing committee assignments, legislative committee assignments tonight. Does that happen tonight?
The legislators have turned in and will be turning in their wish list for the different committees and legislative committees and boards. What we will do is Vice Chairman Fish and Secretary Katkak and we will schedule a day very, very soon. We will go over everybody's wish list and we will start delegating the committees and boards that they will sit on. And legislators will also have an opportunity to swap and or change boards if they choose to, if they wish to.
Okay, thank you for that. No, so you think it'll be within a month that you guys are gonna know what committees you're sitting on, or?
Yes,
Kind of a time-
usually by the first meeting in March, we try to have that in order.
Okay, great. So then I'm ready to begin my public comment. And My name is Joanne Gothier. I'm an enrolled member of the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin, and my topic is my concern about the financial situation of our tribe and the United States. And so I prayed and smudged and did everything. When I opened up and looked at the package tonight and I read through it, there were some things that really, really concerned me. You know, I don't know how much you're paying attention to the world economy, what's going on in the world, and especially this United States and the tariffs and the, you know, the suspension in ending of all funding, everything just being frozen, and all of the legal battles to correct the executive orders and, you know, try to follow the law. But it's pretty. It's been a month since that new administration went in, and it's been really frightening chaos what's been happening. I'm real concerned about our community when I hear about like Forestry Service and, you know, IHS and all of these different cuts. I mean, and we are all in a place where we don't understand and don't know. But what we do know is that we have this posting and this package for this meeting tonight with some pretty serious expenditures, and two of them being from IDC, which is very concerning. You know, kind of went through the finance, and I'll bring that up. I mean, the report coming in from finance and the report coming from internal audit, there's some really critical things in there. You know, they're doing their best to complete that 22 audit. They got to get that done. I mean, we're facing some penalties, and then they have to get on with 23, 24. At the same time maintaining 2025. So now you've got two great big things in there. WRDC had some, you know, some errors or some mistakes, and now they're coming and they're asking for $1.2 million loan tonight. And then you've got this house thing. This, I don't know where that comes from. I don't understand that for those two houses. That who's trying to build two houses in the neighborhood of $600,000? To me, that does not make sense at this point in time. You know, we've discussed this for the last several months, this need for more home ownership, but we should be doing it in a smarter, more strategic way. And two houses for that amount of money, I'm telling you, that is not a good business decision, whether it be a tribe or a local government or anybody in this period of time that we're in right now, with so much questionable stuff happening from the federal government. And for that to come out of IDC, I don't appreciate that. I don't agree with that. I would really appreciate it if you table that, you hold off on that. When you guys get your committee assignments, it'd be really nice to see some people get on the housing and community development that want to look into some of the trainings that have been developed in the Indian country for Indian country, and let's come up with a bigger, better plan. That is a large amount of money that could do a lot more good for a lot more homes being built versus two. So I'm gonna really encourage you. You guys gotta really be serious about the finances of this tribe. We are not a wealthy tribe. We are a rather grant-dependent tribe, and our audits are not done. That's perilous. We are in perilous jeopardy at this point. Those departments need more employees. They probably need, you know, some bonuses or something to beef that up, to let those really much needed fundamental departments that operate this tribe, they need that kind of money put in to those departments to get the shipwreck back up, get that ship repaired, and get us sailing down that river in a good way again. We've got other businesses here that need that same type of attention. Our clinic over there with the computer hack, how in the world are they doing their billing? How can we know that money's going to come back in reimbursement from IHS? There's so much questionable stuff going on. So I'm just going to really encourage, we need to be very careful in spending money until we know what's going on. And I would really, really trust in the 9 elected people to be on those committees, to do this good work, to teach and to train, And let's strategize and work together with all of our Menominee businesses to make some smart decisions going forward. But please, please err towards caution with our finances during this very dangerous financial period around the world. Match Waywanan.
Oh, Machwai Wan and Joanne, we really appreciate the comments from all of our tribal members. You know, we are keeping an eye on the changing world that's around us. And you're absolutely right. It's a very delicate time for everybody, all of our nations, all of our states, everyone in the United States for that matter. We do
I would-
appreciate the comments and the concerns.
And you executive body, I'd be more than happy to bring in that tribal leaders handbook and help to introduce you to the people up at the Minneapolis Fed to gain more copies of that. Because I think each one of you should have a copy of it. And then the people who are on those committees should have a copy of it. Some really intelligent, good work done by the Minneapolis Fed and all of the different indigenous American Indian leaders around the country on that. Match Waywanan.
Oh, Waiwanan. Do we have anyone else listed under public comment? I don't see any more hands up on the screen. All right, public comment period is closed. We'll move into item number 4, set joint meeting date with CMN Board of Directors. Michaelan, is it possible for you to bring up the calendar on the screen?
All right, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that's what I was gonna ask for too, because the calendar for February and March should have been included with the agenda item on the dates that CMN is recommending. I think February is just too soon coming up, the 25th and the 26th, but if it's, once the calendar comes up, if it's clear, I was looking at the March 5th date.
All right, we're bringing that up right now. Here we go.
Let's see, March.
All right, so March 5th would be the first Wednesday, right? Am I looking at the right
The
one
orange
here?
one?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's something on there. I'll make a motion to set the joint meeting for CMN and MTL for March 5th at 5 PM at the casino.
Good motion, Waiwanan, for that. Is there a second? Second. Second by Vice Chair. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A.
Hey,
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, Waiwanan, everybody. What time did you say?
5 PM
5
at
PM.
the casino.
March 5th, 5 PM at the Menominee Casino.
Just another comment, I guess, before we leave this, have the chair's staff work with CMN to prepare the agenda.
Waiwanan. Can you please make note of that, Michaelan? Awesome. Waiwanan. All right, moving on down to item number 5, WRDC Board Interest. Yeah, unfortunately, as was brought up in public comment, there was a bit of a typo in the ending term of February. It previously was 2025, but that is a 3-year term. That will be 2028 will be the ending term.
Chair,
Yes,
since we know there's more interest in it, I would think we should repost it with the correct date.
is that your motion or your input? It's your motion?
That'll be my motion.
Is there a second?
Repost it for 2 weeks.
Be posted for 2 weeks.
Usually, but we usually have the right date on there.
2 weeks, is that your time frame?
Yes.
All right. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second for discussion.
All right, we have a second on the floor. Discussion. Secretary Katkat.
Okay, so I'm in agreement with having to repost it, due to the inaccurate time frame on there. But again, I think it should be our regular posting time, which is 30 days. To be fair, for reposting, I guess, to stick to 30 days.
Waiwana, motion maker,
I'll change it.
30 days? Waiwana. Any further discussion? All those, yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how many more people are interested. The individual who brought it to our attention did not indicate he was going to apply. I think that if anybody was interested, it said the deadline was February 11th, 2025, which is correct. That's an entity that has been doing a lot of work, good work, and providing the vast majority of our revenue. And I would just as soon rather see them get their full board moving forward as opposed to delaying something for another 30 days.
Waiwana, for your comments, Legislator Delabrew. Any other legislator? Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. In reviewing this posting and really looking at some of the other postings, I'm rather concerned that there's appointments being made when this backgrounding stuff has not been completed. It says here on this fourth paragraph that the MTL shall review said background in making a appointment, prior to making an appointment. So I just don't know about the process here. Is that done afterwards, or are we supposed to have this as we make a decision on the appointment? I'm not sure on that, Mr. Chair.
Waiwana, Legislator Chevalier, appreciate the comments. To my knowledge, and maybe we have been doing it a little backwards. Once we make the motion here, I believe the backgrounding is done. As it states, there are a couple different background investigations that take place, credit issues and background investigation, including criminal. So I'm not, maybe, I don't know if legal can clarify that, or if someone on our staff has a little more in-depth information on that, but that's always been my understanding, is once we've made the motion and they've been selected, the backgrounding takes place.
Mr. Chair, I would just recommend then if you do make a motion to appoint somebody, that it include the language pending the outcome of the background.
Waiwana, Legislator Chevalier, appreciate that. All right, any other comments? We do have a motion on the floor. Legislators, are we done with our comments? Yes? All right, we will go to our tribal membership. Joanne?
Matt Waywan, and I'm really glad that this topic's come up right here. That was good of you there, Legislator Chevalier, because recently you guys appointed someone to the school board that's working with, around children. So those background checks matter. And then that person came to me afterwards and needed help filling out the background investigation forms. So maybe that's something that your office needs to take a look at, Chairman Owanape, because those backgrounds should probably be done prior, especially if it has to do with the children or finances and things like that. It's kind of the way you're doing it now. It's kind of backwards. You want to know that that's a qualified candidate before you appoint, So it's something to consider. Matt Waywanan.
No, Waiwana and Joan, appreciate it. I see no other hands, no other discussion. All those in favor of the motion signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Legislator Delabrew, would you care to qualify?
No, comments I made can be entered into the record.
Waiwana, appreciate that. Item number 6, MIGA report. I'm not sure how my colleagues want to move forward with the MIGA report. We received it a little bit late. It was at your desks when you got here. So I'll open it up to legislature. Yes, Legislator Delabrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know the issues that affect our gaming resort are critical, and I think that we've been neglectful in some of the activities surrounding it, but I think to try to bring it up now when we have such a huge document and we haven't even had an opportunity to review it, I'm going to make a motion to table.
Why, when, and I was hoping somebody would. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Vice Chair. Any further questions, comments, or discussion? Oh, no discussion on the table. All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention?
Abstain.
Motion carries. Would you like to qualify Legislator Gauthier?
Place of employment.
All right, Waiwanan, appreciate that. That will be tabled and placed on our next agenda. Moving on down to item number 7, Tribal Storm Golf Tournament Sponsorship Request. So, Nema, Waiwanan for coming in, gentlemen. We appreciate you guys being present here this evening.
Having us on the agenda. Actually, this was, I think I saw Vice Chairman Fish last week and gave him the letter. I didn't think we were gonna get on the agenda this quick, but we did, but we're here and appreciate it. First of all, my name is Dave Whitus. Community member here for forever. Little backstory of Tribal Storm, how it was originated and how it was born basically was, there was a group of parents that we traveled with our daughters to softball tournaments outside, all through all the Midwest and all through all the country. And with that opportunity gave my daughter to get recognized in her sport of softball. And she got a scholarship to go play softball. That's where she's at right now in school over in Minnesota on a scholarship. So realizing the fees that come with this, they're pretty tremendous. Because parents got to pay for everything out of pocket to cover the fees and stuff. You know, not only in softball, but basketball, baseball, whatever, if there's any travel sport that you want to get into. So with the parents of Courtney Wendorski and Bruce Wendorski and we talked about, let's start our own club team here. We have the interest, we have the girls that are interested in the sport of softball. And let's take this team and let's start giving them the opportunities that our girls, that my daughters, my girls got. So we said, let's go for it then. So we just started it. And last year we talked about it, we kept talking about it, said, it's enough talking, let's just do it. So we did. We held our first open gym at the Face Center. Then a second time, we decided that we're gonna start a 10, 12, 14, and 16U team. So that's how many girls we have interested in our sport right now. Not only that, then we decided to let's open it up to all tribal communities. All other 11 tribes in Wisconsin. So we developed the Tribal Storm Facebook page, and as of today, we have members, girls from Forest County, Smoke Lake, Stockbridge, Ho Chunk, and I believe Oneida, and of course Menominee. So. And our goal in our letter, you can see in our letter, is that we want to represent and the strength and resilience of the rich culture and our heritage. But we want to instill pride in what we do. You know, we want to represent not only our community, but they want to represent their communities as well. And we look at it as it's a building stage too for the Indigenous games for girls softball. Because in years past, I've known that we would travel. Team Wisconsin we had the talent, but we just weren't good enough to get to where we wanted to be. So we recruited coaches, and Mr. Peters, to the right of me, has graciously volunteered, along with some other parents, volunteering to help coach teams. And just a reminder too, that this is all volunteer basis. So we developed a board to oversee everything, so we're transparent with everything that we do. Right now, our president, we kind of nominated and told her that she's going to be our president, is Lindsay Bisa. Vice President is Mike Waka. Our treasurer is Carrie Waka Greeno, and our secretary is Courtney Wendorski. So I'm assuming everybody's got a letter from Travel Storm. And we are currently fundraising. I mean, we're starting from ground zero, scratch. Our first fundraiser, we had a soup sale. I think we raised roughly $1,400. That was enough to get our first round of jerseys in for our girls. So what we want to do is we want to keep raising money to help providing the equipment, travel, and tournament fees. We're looking at getting 4 tournaments this summer for our girls, each age group. So, and we know the cost of it, and we don't want families to struggle. You know, but we also want families to come together too, and bring them closer. Because it's brought me closer to my kids, to sport, and traveling with them and being with them all the time. So, I mean, it's a good way. It's a good way, and I feel like it's a good thing for our community to start this. So, in May 9th, Gunner got in contact with Golden Sands to have our first golf outing. We are looking for sponsors, sponsor a hole, and we're asking for $200 to sponsor a hole for the golf outing. And if you guys want to sponsor a couple teams too, that'd be awesome too. Except for Vice Chairman Fish, you can't golf there.
You know, if I may, real quick, Mr. Chair, just like David said, so I coach the 12U program. And like I said, we have a lot of girls, a lot of young, talented athletes from the Menominee Reservation, and we have 4 tournaments that we're registered for, and we're hoping to get at least 2 more for all of these age groups. We had one Stockbridge grandparent cover tournament fee in the amount of $1,800 that paid for our 10, 12, 14, and 16U. So that was gracious enough for that grandparent, but like I said, you know, this is our first big fundraiser, so we're hoping to, that way, this will kind of be it for us as far as fundraising for the year, and kind of hope to keep it going on a continuous basis. So.
All right, Waiwan and Fellers, appreciate you guys coming in. And those are things we like to see, right, on leadership, is we like to see parents and organizations taking the initiative to start the fundraising and move down that fundraising path. I think this is a great opportunity.
If I can, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
we're also in the process of applying for our 501c3 status too for this group right here, Travel Storm.
Nice.
So I feel that once we get that, I mean, it might, sky's the limit, I think, for looking for grants and stuff out there and bigger, you know, for people to donate.
Yeah.
Because that's what a lot of businesses look for, is that status, so they can write it off, you know, for tax purposes. But like I said, right now, we're in the beginning stages, and we got big dreams, you know, big dreams, big goals, and hopefully, you know, we'll get there. I know we will. You know, we got a good group of parents, and we got a great group of girls that are playing right now, so.
Oh, Waiwanan. Legislature?
Chairman.
Yes, Secretary Kakak.
All right, I'll make a motion to authorize, $200 from contingency for a whole sponsor, and 1,000 from contingency for monetary donations for the Tribal Storm softball golf tournament.
Waiwanan, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chair Fish.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys. You know, just experiencing storm with family members. I know a lot of work goes into this. A lot of the labor falls onto the parents, and then unfortunately, our children, you know, don't have that support. So I thank you guys for doing that and taking this burden for our children. And I know with Storm also, you have a lot of college scouts that come to these tournaments, and for kids to have access to that is great. So I just want to thank you guys for the work that you're doing. So I appreciate it.
Oh, Waiwanan for the good words. Name it. Any other legislator, further discussion? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwan and gentlemen, for all the hard
Thank you.
work. Aho. All right, moving right along on our agenda, item number SUSIC, MISD Athletic and Scholarship Gala, Gala Sponsorship Request. All right, so just so legislature is aware, we have sponsored this in prior years. In 2013, legislature sponsored a $2,500 amount. In 2014, we sponsored a $500 amount. In 2019, we sponsored a $3,000 amount. So just a little bit history, we were able to find, of course, due to COVID that took place, they haven't held it for a few years, but it is something they are reinitiating. So I'll open it up to legislature at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Secretary Katkat.
I'll make motion for, a sponsorship of the $1,000 corporate table from contingency for MTL to attend.
Waiwanan, we have a motion on the floor for a corporate table sponsor at $1,000. Is there a second? Second. You second it for discussion? Waiwanan. All right, Legislator Wabanascom, you had a question? No. Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. $1,000 from contingency. Contingency. All right, Waiwanan Legislature, moving on to item number SOCAL bid recommendation, and I believe we should have Kathy on the call as well. As stated in public comment, this is one of the bids that are coming through.
Linda or Kathy?
Linda, I'm sorry. Yep, Linda.
Thank you, Chairman. The bid recommendation is construction of 2 single-family homes in the Kashina area. This is project number 2025-002. The bid evaluation team met on Tuesday, February 4th. They evaluated 3 bids and recommended that Precision Construction Services receive the award for home number 1. It is also their recommendation to negotiate with Precision for award number 2, or an award for number 2 home. I did invite Joel from Housing to field any questions you guys may have. He has more knowledge on this than I do because they're looking at negotiation.
All right, Waiwan and Linda, we greatly appreciate you taking the time to be here. Waiwan and Joel for being here with us this evening. You know, some of the questions that had came in prior to the meeting is why is that amount so elevated? Are we talking about infrastructure, the cost of supplies? You know, are there some specifics you can lean into of why that amount is elevated?
That's just what the current prices for homes are at the moment.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Secretary Katkat.
So I had a couple of questions too, because the budgeted amount is blank. So I'm looking at the bid as that amount is for only one construction. Correct?
The first home, home number 1, which is located down on Brooks Lane, home number 1 is located on Joe Summers Road, is allocated $250,000 for a budget. And that's for everything they need. You know, that gets them the driveway, everything. Home number 2 is on Brooks Lane, and that's replacing a unit that was burned down. And the budget on that is $212,543.
Okay.
And that's just the insurance money that we received to replace that unit.
Okay, so it's not IDC for the Brooks Lane unit, it's the insurance.
Correct. So Brooks Lane is IDC, and it is stimulus funding for the one on Joe Summers.
Okay.
Secretary Cat, does that answer your questions?
So I guess the other one was who's, I'm assuming housing would be responsible for both homes? But what
Correct.
are they looking at being used at? Low rent, home ownership, what's the other one? Market base rent? Like what are they looking at being used for?
So the one on Brooks Lane is one of our regular subsidized units. So that would go back into use as a low rent home under the tax credit project that it's funded under. The other home would be market rate along those lines.
Okay, so they're existing, the Joe Summers one is an existing, structure already?
No, the prior structure has been removed already.
Okay. That's all I had questions. Thank you.
Waiwan and Secretary Cat. Legislature? Yes, Legislator Delabrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if building that home under is an allowable cost under indirect cost. And that would be based on an appropriation to approval under indirect cost, and I haven't seen it from a budget committee. And then I guess my other question is, what is the size of these homes?
Joel, did you hear the last question from Legislator Delabrew?
I couldn't quite make it out. Could it be repeated, please?
Well,
What's the size? 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom?
Okay. The house on Joe Summers would be a 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath. The house on Brooks Lane is why we want to go in negotiations to see if we can get the most house we can for the money. Because we bid it out also as that one was bid out as a 4-bedroom, 1.5 bath, and it came in over budget, considerably over budget. So we would like to do negotiations with them to try getting as much bathroom, bedroom space as we can, basement, and whatever we can do for improvements if we can get better siding, roofs, that type of stuff.
follow up, Legislator Delabrew?
Why is it under indirect cost?
That's a good question. I personally don't have an answer for that. Do we have somebody that can assist with that? Yes, Secretary
Well,
Cat?
But didn't he just say that the Brooks Lane one is from the insurance from the fire? And the Joe Summers is the stimulus? I thought that's what he said.
Yep, he did. That was the comment he gave. Yep, they're not IDC.
It's listed as IBC on this sheet.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, if you would, please.
That would be my mistake. I didn't change that out of the last construction or bid recommendation that I had on this sheet.
All right, Waiwan, and thank you for.
I can change that. Yeah, I'll change that when I get back into the office tomorrow to the correct.
Legislator
On-
Delabrew, does that answer your question? Okay. Legislature, any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to go to our administrator first and then our tribal members. All right, seeing no other hands. Administrator Johnson, you had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was going to reference the same thing with, as Linda did, the funding source does say IDC on that bid recommendation sheet, but that is an error, so we will have to correct the funding sources back to the housing department.
All right, Waiwan, and thank you for that follow-up. Joanne, I believe you had your hand up first, then Doug.
I'm guessing Doug might have something to add regarding the land or something. Is that correct, Doug? I can go after him.
Okay, Doug, did you hear the comment?
Yep. Thanks, Joanne. Yeah, so I'm curious on the land lease on this, the Brooks Lane, I'm assuming is in housing?
It is actually under the tax credit partnership.
Yeah, so what's the one on Joe Summers Road? Whose lease is that?
That's housings.
Can you send me a parcel number on that one, Joel, fire
Sure.
number? All right, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
All right, Waiwan and Doug. Joanne, we are over to you.
Yeah, so holy cow. So then you can see it did say IDC on there. And then it's really curious why they combined the two houses in one like that when one is an insurance from a house being burned. So like the only thing I get to see is probably very minimal compared to what you guys get to see, but you're just as confused as I am. So I want to once again ask that you table this and correct this. And I'll remind you, finance is over there struggling with trying to find all receipts and to correct an audit in 2022. And this right here is a good example of that struggle. We have to have our ducks in a row with our finances. And this is pretty serious. If they've got insurance to cover one of those houses, then that should be, let's get going. But I think it's kind of a surprise to be hearing about a ARPA money being used for Joe Summers Road when we've never heard that as you guys were allocating that money in a hurry in November, December. This is really an interesting subject and agenda item tonight. Joe Summers, if I recall, you guys purchased a property out there, and I think it was a really old building that needed to be taken down. But you'll know when you find the lease and figure out whose that is. You've got more questions than answers here. And then I'm going to remind you, those prices are high based on what today's prices are for construction materials. Canada already put the tariffs on. The US tariffs don't start until March 1st. And you're going to watch some tremendous increases in prices. And I hope you've already noticed it if you've been shopping and paying for propane and etc. So be really cautious with what you're doing here tonight. I think they need to get their ducks in a row better for you to understand this and make your decisions. And I also know that they need to get their ducks in a row better for this to move through the finance and procurement, et cetera, departments. This one form you got here, combining them both, that does not. That's a whole lot of mistakes on there, and God help you sort it. Thank you.
Waiwan and Joan. Legislature, any final comments? Otherwise, yep, Legislator Chevalier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's almost as though this needs to be two separate bids, like bidded separately, or at least have the expenses separated out, because Joel is saying 250 for one and 200 and some for the other, but it doesn't say that anywhere on here. And it's not sure whether or not Precision is gonna even do the second home. It's just saying recommendation to negotiate. So, yeah, I'm a little leery of approving this as is. I think they should bring it back with more specific details for each home.
Waiwan and,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Legislator Katkat.
I agree with Legislator Chevalier. The only question I would ask is if the funding sources are within any type of time constraint.
Linda, did you hear the question? Linda or Joel?
Yes, we both, for both of these, we have until the end of this year to get done.
And what are we looking for? Did they give you an estimated time frame from start to finish on the construction?
In the RFP, when we put it out, we put in there that they were to have the construction done by the end of this fiscal year. So we had time to deal with anything that might drag afterwards.
All right, Waiwan and Joel, appreciate that. All right, Legislature, what are your wishes?
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to send back to the bid evaluation team to bring back a more more detailed and clear recommendation and summary for project number 2025-002.
Waiwanan, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Legislator Chevalier. Any other discussion, comments, or questions?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Vice Chair.
I'm not sure if it's the right time to ask this question, but I just have a question for the bid eval team. Do we have a building or home inspector? Oh, well, the reason I'm asking is just because, you know, our tribal members are building new homes and hiring contractors, and these contractors don't have no codes to follow within our tribe. Our tribe don't have any building or home codes for them to follow, and it's leaving our tribal members with black mold, you know, houses. These houses need to be repaired after just being built, and it leaves our tribal members stuck with the cost and repairs, and we can't hold the contractors accountable because they have no code to follow. So that's why I'm asking the question if we have a building or home inspector, and if we don't, we should get one soon. But here's my comments.
Waiwanan, the only thing I can add to that, Vice Chair, is I believe they are beginning to work on some regs over at Community Development. So it is moving in that direction. So maybe that's something we can keep an eye on and help push along as we move this forward. Maria?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, vocalize the question that I put in the chat. What type of COVID funding was being used?
I believe that one is ARPA. I'm not the project manager for that one, but I believe that one is ARPA.
IHBG or ICDBG?
I do not know that detail off the top of my head. I can get it for you though.
The only reason I ask is because I believe you would be able to ask for an extension, so you wouldn't be pressed to spend down by December 2025. So I would advise perhaps reaching out to the specialist or asking the program manager to reach out to the specialist and ask for an extension if needed. Just a suggestion. Thanks for allowing me to speak.
Waiwanan, Maria. We still have that motion on the floor yet. No other discussion, comments. All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We will send it back to get further clarification. Moving along to item number 10, community meeting minutes. Let me see, the first one on our pile should be Zor Community dated December 9th, 2024, 5 p.m. We apologize, Vice Chair and I were both on travel, and Legislator Delabrew had to take care of that meeting on her own. Legislator Delabrew, would you care to read through the minutes?
I can. This is not the first time the legislature has seen this information. And I'm sad to say that based on some of the activities, the only one that was taken care of was the furnace for the elders. The snake infestation is still present. Nothing has been done. I think everybody acknowledges it, that it's an ongoing problem with that 202 unit. I don't know how much money those individuals are paying for rent, but given the circumstances that are with that unit, they shouldn't be paying anything. The infestation regarding the, it's not ladybugs, it's those Asian beetles. Nobody's gone into this lady's house to take care of it. Basically, what she's been told by other tenants is, don't bother saying anything because nothing will get done. Computers in the Zor Community Building, there was nothing in there for youth to have any kind of functions there.
Yep.
I do give credit to, I believe, can't think what the organization is, but at one time it was by Ron Bowen, and he was doing movie night up in Zor. I don't know if they're continuing to do that yet, but they'd like some activities to go on up there. And again, there's another concern about the basketball court that's facing the wrong way. That was referred, but that's been an ongoing issue for this whole past year that I've been on Zor. They wanted more frequent police patrols. conservation person that was there volunteered to do more drive-throughs. There was no response from the police, and this was referred to conservation, but not into the PD. And, the other request came in reference to, or concern was the lack of respect that was displayed by an employee from Aging. And, that was referred to Aging and Long-Term Care, but I don't know what exactly the response is. But this is not the first time I've sat on ZOR community. And it's frustrating to continue to go there, and you go there, and absolutely nothing is done. The playground issue with the big slide is still there. We continue to hear them, and we sit there, we look at these individuals who are so concerned for their communities and for their other tenants, and absolutely nothing gets done. It's a disgrace, but at the same token, what are we gonna do? People are just gonna wait us out, programs are gonna not do nothing, and our tenants are gonna suffer, and the people in the community. And that is really, really disgusting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Waiwan and Legislator Delabru, I couldn't have said it any better myself. Waiwan, and thank you for that. Any further discussion on the ZOR meeting minutes? Okay. Where are we going here? Neopet, is that what you have in your pile next?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Legislator Delabru.
I appreciate the comment that we all recognize the problem. My question at this time to my fellow legislators is, what are we gonna do about it? Are we just gonna listen to it again and put it away for another 3 months? Are we actually gonna do something with this? Are we gonna ask administration to step up and work with their directors and have them do their jobs and take care of these problems?
Waiwanan, we've heard time and time again from admin and IT, the same excuse we've heard from them is we can get used computers and get them into the center and plug them in, but there are no fiber optic cable for them, is what they continue to tell us as far as the computers are. And we've heard that for some time, but we continue to hear that. I don't know how long we've been bringing up the issues with our elderly unit over there. And even since the beginning, Legislator Delabru, when that was being built, the elders spoke up against the location, not against the facility, but just the location of it. And so we've been hearing that for decades about the location of that facility. And here we are decades later, and it's just getting worse. The concrete has separated, created cracks in the floor, which allows the snakes to come up, hibernate during the winter time, the cold months, and it's right back to the same issue again. I am thankful they did come up once they heard about the heating issue up there. They came up in a timely manner, but that's the only issue that's been taken care of. Those are our elders that live in that unit. And you're right, every 3 months, we do the same reporting. We all sit here and feel bad every time we give the report, but we give no directive other than let's send it to administration, and no action is taken. So, Legislature, your fellow colleague has posed a question. Any further discussion or thoughts? Legislator Chevalier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was a pretty bleak report by Legislator Delabru here. That some of these things haven't been addressed. I know the issue of the basketball play area came through Community Development Committee, and they do intend to address that once the weather clears up, okay? So I know that that's already been addressed through committee. So these other issues, you know, they either need to get by motion referred to other committees or referred to administration. I think it's our process, it's a breakdown in our process. It's not that nobody wants to help, nobody wants to do, you know, fix these things. It's just there's a breakdown here in our process and we need to rethink this. You know, either we send them all to admin for them to fix, or we send them to the committees for them to fix and research or whatever. But I know that with Community Development Committee, we do have a standing agenda item for community meeting issues to be brought up there, or to be, and I know our Community Development Director has recently responded to a number of these questions here. So, I mean, I can offer that much.
Waiwanan Legislator Chevalier, I took some time today and I looked through our LRPs because it's specifically listed in our LRPs, our Legislative Rules and Procedures. And under Section 5, Section 5.05, under the public comment period, under E, community meetings are held in quarterly Zor, Neopet, Middle Village, Kashina, South Branch, and also Milwaukee and Chicago. And it lays the process out. The executive assistants and clerical staff record the meetings. The next step is the executive assistants will complete their individual community meeting notes. Once the minutes are completed, the information will be immediately transferred to the community meeting matrix. The matrix will be placed on the next MTL meeting agenda as community meeting concerns. The legislature will review the concerns and forward to administration for further discussion or review. The next step is the executive assistants for their assigned committees will also place the community comments, concerns onto the appropriate committee agendas as an agenda item entitled Community Meeting Concerns. The program directors and managers with an identified comment or concern will prepare or compile the packet information if necessary for action or concurrence for appropriate committee on issues that has been raised at the community meetings. So our process is laid out, and you're absolutely right. There is a huge shortfall in the accountability as far as the process goes. We do need our managers and our directors to really take these concerns to heart. Would they want their mom and their grandma living in these conditions? I doubt that very much. But yet they expect our grandmas, our grandpas to be living in those conditions.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Secretary Cat.
Well, I was gonna make a motion, but I wonder if we wanna hear from Anne Marie first. She might have something on administration part before I make a motion.
Anne Marie, do you have something you wanna add?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So I agree with Legislator Chevalier. It is about the process that we need to get down. So the minutes that you're talking about were received by admin on February 6th. So in addition to that, if you look at those, the last comment, they also send them to the department. So the responses, I don't know if they've been received by the chair's office, but responses, I know that Tasha's really good at that. She provides a response, you know, when it's in relation to community development. But we've been struggling with the who does what since we have new employees in the chair's office too, and they're doing their best. But we do need to get that down. So February 6th it went out. I don't know if there was a deadline given regarding when they wanted those responses back. So the responses should also be accompanying whenever you read these minutes. And then you can tell if the department directors are responding. I don't think making a broad statement that no one responded is correct. But again, I do agree that the process needs to be improved, and certainly don't want any elders affected by anything. We are doing the best that we can. We've been low staff, people been out sick, people been on bereavement leave. But it's no excuse. We just got to get the process done because we should not have any disruption. So that is my concern. If the process that you currently laid out is not working, then we need to throw it back on the table and see what we can do to improve it. Thank you.
Wywanen for that, Administrator Johnson. Patricia, you had your hand up too?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that too, that those minutes from those committee meetings, you know, I don't know when they were typed out or anything or how, but I always thought that in the chair's office also sent those to the departments, that process. So, and I know that they were behind a lot, the committees were behind a lot on getting those meeting minutes done. So I was surprised to hear about the snakes. I mean, last time. So I guess, yes, that process and that communication, that's all I wanted to mention.
Wywanen, Patricia, I appreciate that. Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Recording clerk Joan Boyd, due to the seriousness of no furnace and individuals using their ovens to heat, she sent these minutes out to all the directors right after the December 9th meeting. So it must have been, if we met on that Monday, she sent them out Tuesday morning. We had a variety of directors respond, and that's why the furnace got fixed right away, because it was sent to Wayne at housing. But since that was the only item that was addressed, there was a number of comments. So I don't know when the other meeting minutes went out, but Zoars went out the very next day. So these have been out there with directors since December 10th. And as much as I'd like to say we need to have a motion, you know yourself, this legislative body, the previous legislative body, made a motion for them to do something with that playground in Zoar. Our motions aren't doing anything out there because that same hazard still exists. And we heard it at the previous meeting. We just didn't hear it at this one. But I would venture to guess at our next meeting in Zoar, we're going to hear it again.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Administrator Johnson.
We do have those playgrounds in the ARPA funding. We just have to get to that yet.
All right, we appreciate the response. Legislators, before I go back to the screen. Doug, you got your hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, and as a director, I can tell you that our ones that we were, I guess, referenced in from Kashina came to us on February 6th. That's when we, at least that's when I received my email from staff in your office on the Kashina community meeting minutes. And I reviewed them from land side, didn't see anything in there that was land related, so I didn't respond, but there were things in there related to community development as well. But again, the chair of that Kashina meeting, or the legislator of the Kashina meeting, did a good job at addressing the concerns there as far as the answers went in those minutes. But again, we got them on the 6th. So in my opinion, as a director, that was enough time for us, if I would have had issues, to get them back to you guys as far as what was being done with those issues. But again, that process that's in LRP is, if you guys stick to that and implement it, there's no reason why it shouldn't work, and you shouldn't be back at this horseshoe scratching your heads as to why nothing's getting done. It's really, really frustrating for our community members.
You good, Doug?
Thank you, Chair.
All right, Wywanen. Yeah, so something I did speak to a couple directors, and one of the things they had mentioned that may help speed the process up a little bit is if we could send these directly to certain directors that serve in those directors and managers in those specific departments. As most of you know, sometimes we get inundated with so many emails sometimes and something gets lost in the shuffle. But if we can specifically send those to housing, to land management, you know, to our administrative team specifically, that may help too, just to put a little urgency behind them. All right, is there any other discussion? Secretary Katkat, did you still have something, or are you good?
Well, now I'm thinking through things, but, prior to, trying to think how long ago it was, but some of those departments, I thought, used to be required to attend the community meetings to assist with, answering some of those questions, are taking note of some of the urgent issues. Cause we know when we go to the community meetings, kind of what things we're gonna hear are gonna be impacted by housing, community development, conservation, police, sometimes transportation. And it's helpful if we have staff required to attend those community meetings as well, to make note of those urgent issues that are happening so that they can act on them quicker than having to wait for meeting minutes. And I know we're going over the same issues a lot of times in different areas, but I think it's important to also recognize that our department heads and our administration, they have been answering and responding, just maybe not as quick as we would like. So it might be helpful too if we actually see that plan of action or that response that has taken place already, instead of us saying that nothing's being done, because we know they're acting on items that just may not be as fast as we hope. So that's just my comment. I was gonna do a motion on that, but I won't. I'll just comment it.
Waiwan and Secretary Katkat. Yeah, there was. I don't know if there's unfortunately, I don't know if there's a standing motion or a standing set of departments that are required to be at these community meetings. So that's something we could definitely follow up on and see if there's something there for some of these larger managers and directors to be present for these community meetings, because we generally always see the former chief of police was there, and or conservation would be there. Somebody from ComDev, generally, one of the team members would be at a lot of these meetings. And I know I was at one last year where housing was at a couple of the meetings. So we will definitely check into that. Michaelan, can you just make a note for me, please, that we do some research and see if there's something where some of these department heads are required to be in attendance?
Just a quick follow-up on that too.
Yes.
Because this matrix does help when it's in place and we see what the issues are. And it does help us identify what departments we can, have administration required to be present. Because it does help, you can kind of see the issues going over them. So, thank you.
Waiwanen. Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the issue here, the issues that are safety related or health related or critical issues that come up at these meetings. The chairman of that meeting doesn't have to wait for these minutes to come back. Just take some action and call or send an email to somebody. So if it's something that's really important, like no heat, snakes or whatever, make a call to housing, make a call to Anne Marie. We don't have to wait for these minutes to come back to say, okay, who was it referred to and why didn't I get nothing back? Why is there nothing done? You know, these other things that aren't as important, those can just go by this matrix and come back through the process. But if there's something that's, you know, they consider to be important and needs to be addressed right away, then address it right away as the chairperson. Thank you.
Waiwanan, good discussion, everybody. Legislator Delabrew, are you okay?
I would like to say I'm okay with it, but let's face the facts that, number one, even if you're chairman of a committee, you have no authority to reach down to the structure of our track. It's in our own rules. So any chance, like I said, I appreciate the recording clerk who took it upon herself to immediately send these out because these are all health and safety factors. And our elders up there in Zor are paying rent to live in this kind of condition. And that's what's even more bothersome to me. And like you said, I wouldn't go live there. I wouldn't allow any of my family to go live there. But yet we have been directors who are allowing elders to live in those very same conditions.
Yeah.
And they like to say our children and our elders are our most valuable resource. Well, prove it. Get up there and take care of that unit. Thank you.
Waiwanan, thank you so much. All right, that was a good conversation. Hopefully it goes somewhere.
Your slide will still be there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's another mountain. All right, we are looking at the Neopit community meeting minutes. Before we get into these meeting minutes, I just want to take a quick moment to welcome our youth that are here with us from the high school. They are the ones pushing for the Unity Youth Council. Please eat something. It's going to be a few minutes yet before we get to your agenda items, so please feel free to eat. And pizza pockets, everybody likes pizza pockets. There's water and say wapo and the pay over there, so. Neopit Community Meeting. We have Danelle Greeno, Spencer Gauthier, and Mike Fish. All of you were present. Who's kind of the lead of that? Danelle. Danelle is or was online, so one of you gentlemen will need to take the lead. Spencer, Legislator Gauthier, I'm sorry.
Okay, early December. Open gym for children. People wanted to know why MIMS couldn't be open for children. I think we've all grown up having open gym and it was pretty great. I still don't know where we're at with MIMS. I don't believe we have the title yet. I don't have the answer for that. So that was referred. The noise violation, I mean, we were all up there a few times and we heard that. And he doesn't care, he just is having the best time of his life. But a police officer did state that there is a fine out there for that. I don't know if anyone's ever followed through with it. Can't really, not much you can do. The Highway 47 junk vehicle issue was brought up again as well. And that goes right along with the unkempt property update. These things go together. I do recall the conversation, and this is in the process. So it is being addressed by law enforcement, and it's a step-by-step process. And I don't know if that's ever going to be solved, but they're doing what they can, I suppose. The grocery store was brought up again. It's brought up at every Neopit meeting. The only thing we have for the Neopit community is deliveries from Save a Lot. And that's referred to WRDC, and I haven't seen any good options in that regard. Garbage cans, they contacted ComDev and they're provided at no cost. So, and this is some of the conversation too that I thought was interesting, the old MTE building. It's primarily gonna be set up as an academic place, but there's some suggestions and comments about, like maybe having some basic healthcare provided up there, like once a week, or to have some library space for the youth. So, we're not sure what's gonna happen with that, but I do think those are community needs. So some of the other issues, they're just referred to the appropriate departments, and they weren't exactly actionable at the time, but I can say this, the Neopet community meeting is getting more well-attended. There's more feedback from the community. So, there you have it. Thank you.
Waiwan and Legislator Gauthier. Yeah, I mean, obviously we have the noise ordinance, right? I'm sure that's what our tribal police department and conservation were referring to. WRDC still does have the plan in motion for the grocery store up in the Neopet area. It's just taking longer due to certain restrictions and requirements of some of the stores and vendors we're looking at. So I know there were some restrictions. Yeah, and unfortunately, some of the lots in Neopet, I think specifically the one they listed, is actually county land, if I remember correctly. Legislature, comments, discussion, thoughts on the Neopet community meeting minutes? Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my comment is in reference to what's the status of MIMS. I know we had the meeting. We had a lot of great comments, and administration was going to do something with all those comments. You know, and everything is still kind of unknown. So what is the status of that?
Yeah, Waiwanan for that. Anne-Marie, I'm gonna call on our tribal administrator to give us the most current update on the MIMS building.
It's still, we need the closing documents from MISD. Yesterday, I requested those from the superintendent. He was working on those. Before we can do anything with that building, we need to have those documents that it's closed. And then we need to make sure that the insurance coverage is done. We've had to install some security equipment and some cameras due to it being known that that building is vacant. So the sooner I can get those, the sooner we can start programming. But we've already had some discussions with the administrators. One of the things with that community meeting minutes, I did provide all those comments to the legislature in a report. But one of the things that the community wants is also a survey. But we can do that right now while we're waiting. But we have had the administrator meeting this week regarding what programs can be put in there, preferably 638 contracts, so we can apply for a 105 lease to cover some of the maintenance of that building. So that's the status as of today.
Yeah, Administrator Denning did reach out to us. It sounded like some of those documents are forthcoming this week, maybe potentially tomorrow yet. Yep. Yes, Director of Legal Services, Pete Totnow.
We did receive a draft quitclaim deed today, so we're looking at it and we'll be sending that back to them tomorrow.
Nice, wonderful. Matt Chwaiwanan for the update. If there's no other legislators, I'm gonna go to the screen. Doug?
Yep, one in chair, and two of them. So I was just gonna add what Legal Services just said. We're helping them with quitclaim deeds. We reviewed today. There's some issues with the legal description, but we'll get those sorted out, certainly working with legal. The other one in Neopet, and I didn't see the community meeting minutes for Neopet. Those ones didn't make it. So I must have figured it wasn't on there for land. But that junk property up there we have been involved in. So we sent the original compliance letter to that leaseholder oh man, it's over a year now. Enforcement finally got moving on it. Law enforcement did. They issued citations, but they didn't issue citations related to those sections that they could have regarding land. We had them right in our compliance letter, so I don't know why Officer Wilson didn't issue under the sites that we had in our compliance letter. But again, the other hammer we have in compliance in land and in our leases, and this is drastic, I know. We put it right in that compliance letter, was if you don't comply, you get your lease canceled. So it's in there. It went in the compliance letter, and I talked to that individual, and I listened to his responses to our letter, which I can honestly tell you his responses were aggressive. I didn't appreciate it, but it's in there. And I mean, how long do we want to deal with that issue? And how harsh do we want to be? Them are hard things, I know, but that's the reality. So just want to say that much. Thanks.
Waiwan and Doug, thank you for that. Legislature, anything on the Neopit community meeting minutes? Okay.
I just have one thing.
Yes,
Thinking
Secretary
about
Kakak.
some of the conversation that's been going on, and it's been ongoing, and we hear it from the membership and the residents of community regarding the the unkept property. So is there, if that could be noted when it goes to ComDev to see if ComDev has the ability to build a fence in front of that property on the roadside. If that could be noted.
That's a good question, yeah. Please make the note, Michaelan, if you would. That's something we can send over and check into. Okay, anything further on Neopit? Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, just to follow up on that comment, that that's an ongoing thing from the Neopit community meetings, and it already went to Dev committee, and we referred it to law enforcement committee because it's a citation thing. At some point, they need to start giving that person a citation for that unkept property. Putting it in a lease and threatening this and that and not following up, that's why they don't comply. So it's almost like it is really rests with law enforcement to enforce the law, enforce the lease. Thank you.
Why went in for that? Okay, if there's no further discussion on that, we will move to Kashina.
I got a comment, please.
I'm sorry, Joan, go ahead.
So Joanne Gauthier here. I seen this firsthand. I'm certain this is the property because his automobiles and et cetera are on the highway. And it's on that kind of a curve. I was walking on that sidewalk from Mims up towards the MTE, going towards the post office that way. And I stopped and talked to one of the residents there on that same side of the street. And it was warm out and children were walking, but the children can't even walk on that sidewalk area. They were forced to go on the other side of those junk vehicles sitting on Highway 47. And across the road from there's where the kids go swimming. There's a little bit of a park that's been developed by the community up there. So it's a real hazard because people don't always drive the required speed limit there. And it's rather a blind spot when they come from the north through there. And then here you have kids walking 2-3 wide sometimes in the driving lane that's left there because there's no shoulder left and there's no sidewalk due to all that debris. It's a very dangerous situation, which I would think is made worse in the snow in the wintertime with all the snow. So it is something that somebody's got to deal with. And I really think law enforcement committee should be taking that up. How did land management work with legal to come up with all of the different law violations, citing our tribal E-code laws? And then the officer went and did another thing. So that needs review right there. And it needs to be dealt with in an urgent. You guys are going to have to come up with urgent and on your, priority list when people are dealing with some of these topics. They have to be handled. That's gone on way too long. The property always has that bumper, that shoulder of the road is the property of the highway or the tribe or the county or whatever it is. So he is clearly trespassing into that safety zone that's been established forever in time for that shoulder to be clear. He takes up the shoulder, he takes up the sidewalk area. So he's clearly trespassing into others. So maybe you can add on some more tickets and then you should be doing something to protect those employees over there at land management when those angry people come in too. Match Waywanan. Look out for our kids on this one, please. Thank you.
Oh, Waywanan, Joan. Doug, you had one more thing to add?
Yeah, just clarification. I want to make sure Legislator Chevalier knew that that was my response to this property, the one we're in question, that Officer Wilson did issue citations to that individual. I don't know what the status is on those, but he was issued citations.
All right, Waywanan for that, Doug. Okay, if there's no further discussion on the Neopet meeting minutes, we'll move to Kashina Community Meeting Minutes, December 11th. Legislators Randall Chevalier and Legislator Dana Wabanaska.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Myself and Legislator Wabanaska were present. I'll let her give the report this time. Just kidding. No, we were both present, and we had one community member that was present. We had conservation, and we had chairman's office staff present. There were several issues that were brought up during that meeting. Many of them got referred to other committees that I'm assuming the chairman's office did that.
Yeah.
Okay, and then some of the other ones, we addressed it ourselves in there, okay? There was the issue of the funeral homes, of members wanting to choose cremation over being buried, and that was gonna be referred to the insurance department. There was questions about the empty fields in South Ranch. We addressed that. Junk vehicles by Crow Settlement, that was being referred to the Law Enforcement Committee. Middle Village site, and I wasn't sure where he was talking about with this, Dana, do you remember? There's a gate somewhere by, maybe in back of Middle Village? I don't know. A gate for dumping brush and stuff? Oh, okay, that's what it was, all right. So that one can be addressed by ComDev, yeah. The solar panel, they had questions about the solar panels and who was being selected for those. This is, the issue of the stray dogs is really one that is a recurring issue within the community, Mr. Chair. Not only stray dogs, but dangerous dogs, unleashed dogs. And I think they were gonna refer this back to the Law Enforcement Committee, but it always comes back to they don't have enough people or resources to address that. So I think that's something that, we're gonna have to look for another strategy on. How can we do that? How can we hire a dog, animal control officer back into that department? There was questions about the tiny homes up in the Middle Village area. And then they had questions about, individuals who have relinquished their rights, but are still out in the forest and stuff like that. And, that I think we're gonna have to maybe refer to governmental affairs, because, conservation, doesn't have access to who those individuals are that have relinquished, is what they're saying, so they don't know necessarily. So maybe that's something that, has to be addressed through our, governmental affairs process. Some of these have been responded to by, community development, and they were referred back to me from the chairman's office in the last couple of days. But I haven't had a chance to really go over those yet. So I apologize for that, it's my fault. Dana, did you want to add anything?
No, just that the mayor of Middle Village was the one at our Kashina meeting.
Yeah, I don't know how he got into Kashina that day.
That was gonna be my question, is where's Middle Village at? We don't have Middle Village meeting minutes. Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Yep, Legislator Delabrew.
Mr. Chairman, there was, what they used to do for individuals who relinquishes enrollment used to send out a memo to all departments that these individuals relinquished. I don't know when they stopped doing that, but that's, they're supposed to go through a process through courts to make sure it's final, and when it is, enrollment is it's not enrollment anymore, but then they're supposed to send that out, so people, departments, and conservation will know then who's relinquished. So they should be contacted and notified that they should send that out again.
Yep, why went in for that? Michaela?
I don't know if it's in the LRPs, if like the time of these meetings could ever be changed because the mayor of Middle Village had to work. So that's why he went to Kashina. Yeah, so he actually came in August and asked if that time could be pushed later. Specifically just because he says he's the only one that attends it. And so that was his concern, is if the time could be changed.
Yeah, absolutely. The times can be changed. That's up to the legislators' discretion that sit on those committees for our villages and our towns. It says we need to hold them. It doesn't give a time frame for them. Waiwanan Legislator Chevalier for that update. Legislature, any discussion, questions, comments, motions? If not, I see Doug has his hand up. Doug?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. That one mentioned by next to Grove Settlement Road there where the junk is, that is on fee land. That's why land hasn't took any action on that property. That's a fee property.
Waiwanan, we appreciate that. All right, legislature, everybody seems to be okay. All right, let's move into the last set of meeting minutes we have. This is for the Chicago community and the Milwaukee community. On your first page, would you, former Chairwoman Kakak, you want us to take these? Or?
I can start a little bit, but then I'll turn it over to you.
All right.
All right, so this was for the Chicago community meeting. Unfortunately, I was sick during this time and was not able to attend, but I did join for a portion of the meeting in the beginning via Zoom, just so that I was able to give the membership an update on things that have been going on from the chair's perspective. So The Milwaukee community meeting is not listed here. And I know I was on Zoom for a while, but no one had showed up, so then I disconnected. The Chicago community meeting, there's always a good showing of attendance, and I was on for, portion of the beginning, just being able to hear from the membership for a short time. But otherwise, Vice Chair and Secretary were both in attendance. So, unless you want to cover anything that they specifically needed addressed.
I mean, everything is pretty well covered in the Chicago. There were, obviously some questions that were asked. You see them listed here. We were at a new location. One of our tribal members is actually the curator of the, used to be the Mitchell Museum. Now it's called the Gitchagumi Indigenous Nations Museum. We were very happy Madam Chair was able to log on for a short time with us and welcome everyone and spend a little bit of time visiting with them. As you can see, going through the list, I hope everyone had the opportunity to look them over. The Milwaukee and the Chicago community seems to be doing fine with their time frame. But the Milwaukee community, just kind of combining the two, they would like the meetings to be set more inner city. They contributed that. There was one tribal member that showed up late. We were getting ready to leave, as a matter of fact, and a tribal member did show up. They were a tribal elder, so we took the time, we sat, and it was more of just an open roundtable discussion with them. Yeah, but we were specifically, when we were in Chicago, some of them just had made the comment about not getting their absentee ballots. And our IGA was with us. He was able to answer some of those questions and direct them in the right place. The candidate forum obviously was a topic. Unfortunately, we didn't hold a candidate forum this time around due to the last minute nature of it. One of the issues that was brought up was request to have come down in person and campaign. Lobbying update, former Chairwoman Kakak was able to give an update while she was on about the lobbying efforts for the tribe. We gave an update on the Kenosha project, the Menominee history, specifically the stories and some of our culture. One of them had brought up the idea, a topic of zip lining, that we should do some zip lining here, that it can be a lucrative business. And I just simply responded, there currently is no zip lining up here to our knowledge, and there hasn't been any. But that is something maybe we could look into as we move forward. The education specifically for scholarships for descendants to apply for. We're reaching out to Shannon Chapman over at Tribal Education, and she did give a response. Enrollment, blood quantum for enrollees. Blood quantum was another one itself that came up. And again, there were responses that were given to them. And the powwow, one of them had asked to be enrolled on, if you need to be enrolled to be on the board. There are more and more of our first and second degree descendants that are either being hired in managerial roles in the tribe or want to be involved. And the reason that came up was they watched the postings with their relatives that are enrolled tribal members, And our pool is getting smaller and smaller for a lot of the vacancies. Like we saw tonight, there was one person that applied for our WRDC position. There are other positions we filled because there were only one candidate that applied for them. Yeah, so that would take care of the Chicago and just a little bit update on the Milwaukee as well. There was a member that showed up late. Any further discussion? Do we need a motion to accept those community meeting minutes? Yes, we do. Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There should be a sheet, a matrix made out for Middle Village. The legislators were all present, myself, Legislator Gothier, and Legislator Greeno. And we also had the chief of police there, and we had the ComDev director there. We just had no community members there. We waited 15 minutes, and that was it.
Okay. Yep, Waiwanan for that. We will make note of that to make sure who is present as far as legislators and employees and managerial staff, just so we have it on record. Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dana was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Legislator Wabanaska.
There's no meeting minutes for the South Branch one.
And again, was that the same situation?
No, there was actually a meeting.
There was a meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll have to get them on the next MTL meeting. All right, yes, Legislator Chevalier.
We used to have a zip line over by the high school.
Really? Oh, the ropes course.
Yep.
Yeah, yep.
And that sounds like a good project for the fairgrounds, Woodland Bowl.
Yeah, we would make some money during the powwow.
Line
Zip
to
line
the
them
MC.
across the parking lot, yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman,
Yep, absolutely. Secretary
all
Katkat.
right, I'll make a motion to accept the December community meeting minutes with noted changes.
Waiwanan, good motion. Is there a second? Second by Legislator Wabanaskam. Any further comments or discussion? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwanan, everybody. Moving on to item Matata Nakut. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the agenda and move down to item 14.
Waiwanan for that. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Legislator Wabanaskam. Discussion, all those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right. Waiwanan for indulging us and sitting there patiently. We just made a motion to jump to your agenda item. So if you, they were gonna sit patiently. Yep, so we're up to your agenda item. We just rearranged our agenda for you. So if you would please come on up to the table. So legislators, if you would look in your packet, item number 14, they did bring forward a resolution to support the establishment of the Menominee Unity Youth Council. We're very honored to have some of our high school students being encouraged by one of our relatives that is present here with us this evening. And they even have a speech, I believe, that they would like to read. Sawana Kutuki, am I handing it over to you? Make sure and use the microphone. Is it green?
Yeah.
All right.
Also, my name is Ashalik Sawanape. First off, I'd like to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak on our behalf, to seek your support in establishing ourselves in the United National Indian Tribal Youth, also known as Unity, Network of Youth Councils. Unity represents all Indigenous youth across Mother Earth, as well as issues and initiatives we find significant in our communities. We meet together on a weekly basis in a formal meeting to discuss these important topics, and will report back to the National Council.
So my name is Tamaya Menor. In the past week, we have gathered together to service for our community by coordinating food drives, assisting with culture events such as the Sturgeon Release and the Buffalo Camp. We are proud to say we focus on building relationships with our Menominee elders by making blankets, playing bingo, and shoveling the driveways and sidewalks.
Also, my name is Peyton. Aside from giving back to our community, we also take steps to prepare for our
future, we participate in college visits and job shadowing opportunities. Being a part of Unity will enhance our leadership skills and provide opportunities to build our skills that will contribute to the preparations of our success futures.
We are proud of who we are and where we come from. Currently, the Menominee Nation does not have a representation at the national level. With your support, we can make that change. Match Waiwanan for your time. We appreciate the opportunity.
Match Waiwanan to each and every one of you. So this is something that's on the top of our list for this administration as we get started. We realize there's a void in our youth voice here. In our traditions, in our culture, everyone has a voice. Everyone has the ability and deserves the respect to be heard. You heard some of our legislators say that here this evening. So that is a big initiative of ours for this year as we move through, is helping to be a part of making sure we have youth representation, working side by side with legislature or with legislators as we move through this year. It's our duty to mentor you and to coach you if we want you to be good leaders when you get older, remembering who you are, where you come from, and what's important to us as Menominee people. So it fills my heart with happiness to see our youth come here and speak before the 9 elected leaders of the Menominee Nation here this evening. Legislature? Yes, Secretary Katkat.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin Resolution 2502, supporting the establishment of the Menominee Unity Youth Council. Waive the reading, authorize signatures.
Waiwanan, good motion. Is there a second? Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any further discussion? Yes, Secretary Katkat.
I just want to say Waiwanan for coming and presenting this to us and bringing it to our attention. Sometimes as adults, we can get sidetracked and forget that we speak for supporting our youth, but if we don't have them at the table with us, and then are we truly speaking and supporting for our youth? So thank you for coming tonight, and I know it can be nervous, but you all did a great job and very brave. So, Waiwanan.
Yes, Waiwanan. Secretary Katkat. Are you part of the group?
Yeah.
Are you?
So one of the goals that we talked about after getting this established, because this is the last thing that they needed to be fully recognized, and becoming the second chapter within the state of Wisconsin and the first set of Menominee youth to be a part of Unity, we thought maybe since you guys have joint meetings with MTE and CMN, having joint meetings with our youth board, because with that, they're able to report to you what's going on in the community, and it gives them a seat at the table to be able to be officially represented and heard on an official level.
Waiwanan. Legislator Delabrew, I believe you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no doubt that you would wait for us to get to your topic, but knowing that we're looking at our legislative rules, it would probably take the next 3 hours. I didn't want to subject us to that. But I'm going to ask the maker of the motion if they would include within the motion to insert the proper areas that need to be inserted on the resolution.
Motion maker, are you okay with that? Second?
Yep.
All right, Waiwanan. Legislator Delabrew, are you done?
I'm fine with this.
All right, Waiwanan. Legislator Chevalier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for that great presentation. So let me ask you, do you have any projects planned yet or anything that you want to do yet?
We're going to Teen Summit next week in Wisconsin Dells. And after we get back from that, we're going to start fundraising for the Unity Conference in California, San Diego.
Oh, nice. Okay. Awesome.
So we'll
Good.
probably see them again.
Okay. We'll see you again. And then, Mr. Chair, a couple of you have said having a seat at the table. I think we should really make that a reality and make a seat up there between you and the secretary where they can come and sit if they want to during our legislative meetings. and really get to a good feel of what governance is about. So, just a suggestion.
Waiwanan, yeah, absolutely. Those are some of the things Vice Chair and I had just briefly discussed, is how, working with all of our legislature, how can we bring them in to be a part of our meetings and to really get that mentoring and that coaching that we want them to have as our future leaders. And that's the best way, is to get them, give the invitation and get them at the table if they want.
Yeah, just one comment on that.
Yes.
So, that's just, it's amazing to hear what's been being discussed already, because I know we just recently had the same conversation while we were in DC, I believe, this past week, about creating a space for our youth on our committees. Now, maybe not all of them, but we have some committees that we could use a youth voice.
Yep.
And creating that, we're making that change in chapter 98. So whoever's on GAC hopefully will work towards that, to establish a youth seat on our committees. Thank you.
Oh, Waiwanan. Yes, Vice Chair?
Yes, I just want to say thank you guys for coming and presenting today. I know it's a little nerve-wracking in the hot seat, but you guys are okay, so appreciate you coming. But, you know, there's, I know that we talked about doing this for a long time, and I'm happy it's in reality and we're doing it. Time and time again, we say we're making the decisions for our youth, you know, but we don't really fully consider your guys' input. So I appreciate you guys for coming, and I'm excited to see where this goes. But, you know, I'm just excited and I can't wait to see where this goes. Thank you.
Oh, match by one, and yes, newly elected legislator Greeno.
I just want to say, I'm very, very proud of you. I've known the majority of you since we were younger, and it just makes, you know, it just makes my heart so big right now. And I'm super proud of you. And thank you. Just big old thank you.
Waiwanan, match Waiwanan. Yes.
I do want to add really quickly that this is actually the third year of the group. We were formerly known as We Are 5-7, and we've done a lot of events in the community. We've done, like the kids have said, we've done a search and we've done a lot of stuff with the houses. This is the third annual food drive we've done. We have taken about 40 to 50 bags of groceries that we need for families in need. So just a couple of things with that it is the third year. We're just setting up a more national note because it's going to open up our doors for them. So thank you. We appreciate all the kind words that you guys have for our kids. So this is only half of them. There's actually 10 kids in the group, so they're representing the group tonight.
Match Waiwanan. All right, your resolution passed. Oh, we didn't vote? Oh, I thought we voted. I was all excited. Yes.
I have a question. Is this through YDO, or is this through the school? Where is this? Okay.
It's been through the services the last couple of years, and we do a lot of high school and recruit the kids. It is, once we get on the national level, it's, Unity does represent kids ages 16 to 24. So once they get out of high school, they're so welcome to stay with the group, which is great.
Wonderful. All right, any final comments, legislature? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, you're official. Way to go. Is it possible for us to get a picture with you real quick? Yep, we'll mark the occasion with the legislature and with our initial beginning of our Unity Youth Council.
We're gonna take the picture then.
Yep, right. Yep, if you can come in the front here, legislators will try our best. Yeah? Okay. Yep, yeah, we don't want the divider separating.
Oh, your phone, I don't know if it's cleaner or better, but we'll do your phone. All right, so pizza pocket. Good. Yeah. Yep.
Send us a copy.
Good job. Good job.
I just wanted to say thank you for doing that. So I'm actually a part of Unity and I have been since I was a teenager. And I missed out on a lot just because Menominee did not have a chapter, so I was always fundraising for myself and putting myself through these. And I missed out on a lot of opportunities because they have a little box that says, "Are you part of the Unity chapter?" So just doing that opens a lot of doors for them to be able to start networking within Union Country. And it's always been a goal to make Unity here, and now that it is, it's very heartwarming and full circle for me. So thank you.
Oh, Waiwanan ladies. Okay, that was nice. That was very, very nice. Okay, legislature, we need a motion. Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to go back to agenda item 11.
Waiwanan, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any other questions? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We are back in our regular agenda. Item Matata Nakutne, number 11. So you received in your packet our LRPs, Legislative Rules and Procedures. So we've done this a variety of ways over the years. Sometimes there were very little changes that were being requested by legislature, and sometimes there were quite a few changes that legislature was requesting. So is this something we want to do tonight here at this meeting, or is this something where we feel there are substantive changes and we need to have a special meeting for it? Secretary Katkat.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I think we all had it plenty of time to go over in our packets that I think we can go over it tonight. I would suggest it goes page by page. Thank you.
Waiwanan, I appreciate the suggestion. Legislature, no other feedback? Otherwise, we're gonna go over it. We'll go through it page by page. Does Waiwanan, I was just gonna say, if everybody's needs a short break, we'll, 5-minute recess.
You didn't? I thought I told you. The only person they couldn't get me, they have officers. Really? They do, it's so cool. They do roll call, they do Robert's Rule of Order, they have a host, they do a prayer. I could answer it.
I did, yep. Yeah, I was itching for a moment. All right, Poso Moniwiuk, we are back from our short recess. As we stated, we are moving into the legislative rules and procedures, and we have decided to go page by page. So we will do that. All right, moving through the initial cover page, page 2, page 3 is the introduction, codification, citation. Moving into page 4 is our table of contents. And page 5 is continuing. So the official LRP document, page 1, starts with LRP number 1, authority, definitions, and performance. Are there any changes or any comments on page 1? If I don't see anything, I am going to keep going with it. Page 2 is the continuation and the conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so under F, in the parentheses on the last, line, it says and L, but there is no L.
H, J, N, L. Yeah,
So that's just a correction needed.
okay. All right, Wywanen for that. Scratch and L. Nothing further on that page. Moving to page 3. No hands, no suggestions. Page 4.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so under 3.05 attendance, where legislators shall be on time for all meetings and shall stay for the duration of the meetings, including annual and special general council meetings. I'm not sure if we can, how can we require legislators to be at the annual general council and special general council meetings? My short time on here, I've seen, I didn't know that was an option not to attend, but I've seen legislators, leave early or not show up. And that's our time that we answer to the Menominee people.
Yeah.
And the annual general council is their meeting, so we should be required to be there, in person to report to them.
Yeah, oh no, I totally agree with you. I didn't know it was an option. I thought that was part of our requirement and our responsibility to be present to answer to the Menominee people. So what are you, just making a statement about it, or would you
Well,
like to enforce some action?
Can we enforce something in there that, that they would face penalties? They would face some type of penalty if they're not at the annual general council, our special general council meetings.
One of the lower level punishments as we think about the LRPs, you know, we talk about the retraction of payment or not being paid for payment or a partial payment. Submitting a public apology in the tribal news.
I think the penalty, the monetary penalty, that they face the monetary penalty, I don't remember what page it's on right now.
Possibly. Yes, Legislator Wabanascom.
I just have a question about that. Are you talking about unexcused absences or excused?
I think it's required to be at, no matter what, annual general council, that's the people's meeting, and that's who we service, and that's who we need to report to. So I think it should be required.
Because on here, it says legislators shall give the chairman's office advance notice when they will be absent from a meeting, or they will be listed as unexcused.
That's our regular MTL meetings.
Yep.
It doesn't specify it that way.
Comma, including annual and special general council meetings.
That's, yeah. The next sentence doesn't specify that. It only means the regular meetings.
Yeah, so your penalties we were discussing is on page 19 at the bottom, 8.02. Talks about censure, requesting public apology, and then forfeiture. of a meeting payment.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment about
Yes.
that. So, I kind of feel like, that should be up to the chairperson to excuse someone or not excuse them. I mean, obviously, if it's a good reason, an illness in the family, accident, something serious, I mean, that legislator needs to be excused for that. Why would you wanna censure somebody for a situation like that? So, I mean, I think for those annual general council and special general council, that they should be attended and only with a, valid excuse, be excused from it. The chairman has that ability to excuse or not excuse. That should be left with you. If it's unexcused, then, yeah, then there would be a penalty. But if it's excused, I don't think there should be a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, that's the direction we wanna go, right? We wanna have a good, healthy discussion about this. Because there are obviously some things that would be considered excusable. I understand where Secretary Kakak is coming from, because these general council meetings are, well, all of these meetings are important to us, but specifically our general council is where we get a lot of enrolled members that show up and want us to be accountable for the things we've done that year. So there are obviously certain things that are excusable. Heaven forbid one of us go through a loss in the family. Heaven forbid your spouse or your child was in a issue where they're in the hospital, so there are some unique situations where absolutely somebody could be excused from. But there are also issues that we sacrifice as elected officials. There are some things that we need to sacrifice to be at these meetings. Birthdays, I don't know how many birthdays I've missed, family events that I've missed, but I've made that choice. This is the choice I made to be here. I don't know how many games I've missed of grandchildren, nieces and nephews, but those are the sacrifices we willingly need to make if we want to serve these seats that we sit in. These seats, we honor the people that sat here before us. So I understand where the conversation is going, just what do we want to do with it?
So I think I'd be okay with it leaving that, excused from the chairperson, but only for, like medical issues, have it laid out where it's detailed, for serious issues, not just because they're gonna miss a birthday party or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I could agree to that.
Why went in for that? Any further discussion on this? Are we all pretty much in verbal agreement that, we really need to be attending these meetings? This isn't something we just not show up for different reasons. Okay, I see some heads nodding. Yes, Legislator Delabrew?
So what type of language are you gonna insert in there? Are we gonna trust that the chairman's gonna draft some language and at the next meeting we'll look at whether we're gonna consider it or not? Or do you want specific verbiage from everybody tonight? I don't think you're gonna get that on the regular issue.
Right. We all feel differently about that, exactly. Legislator Wabanascom?
I feel like we're all adults here and we all know when we can call in and what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. I don't think it needs to be written.
Why went in? So if everybody's okay with that, yeah, I mean, that's the way we'll move forward with it. It needs to be an acceptable reason why they're being excused.
And I guess for my comment, it was specifically for our general council meetings.
Right.
I think we all do well with our regular MTL meetings and our committee meetings, but specifically for our general council meetings, because those are the people's meetings. And so that's where I would stress that, is that we shall be required to be in attendance.
Legislator Chevalier.
Are we moving on then?
Yes, I
Okay.
believe we are.
Oh, go ahead.
Legislator Delabrew?
I wanted to go back to 3.03 on page 4 of 23, noting something for the record that needs to be cleaned up, that they're asking if your statement is going to be over 30 seconds, you have to submit a typewritten copy for it to be entered as is, along with other comments, but it says before executive session on that meeting date. Well, not any of us have access to all the computers and typing, and so that needs to be cleaned up, that it should be not at that meeting, but probably by the next meeting or something, next day.
Yeah, so do we want to put a 24-hour, 48-hour time limit on that?
I think within 24 hours would be sufficient.
Do we have to vote on these individually, or can we just concur through conversation? I'm not too familiar with this process, with the LRPs.
My suggestion, Mr. Chairman, is you're going to get a lot of comments as these things move through. I think that the recording of the comments should be broken down into a matrix for the specific area, and then we can go through them at the next meeting and then decide to vote if this is our rules or not.
Perfect, sounds good, thank you very much. All right, we will make note of that word change for page 4 of 23 on section 3.03. Clean the verbiage up to 24 hours. Anything else on page 4? Yes, Legislator Chevalier?
3.06 drug testing. Okay, this is, a little confusing here. It's saying all legislators are required to submit to be included in safety sensitive positions and submit to drug tests within first week of meeting. So that would have been all of us this week. None of us went. So, I mean, she tried to go, but, I told her that's not what it meant in there, because I was under the understanding it was just the newly elected legislators that have to do it along with the chairman.
Right.
But now I'm seeing in here something different now. So I don't know if there was, hi, Dana.
Also, Legislator Greeno.
If there was a, if that's everybody else's understanding from last year, or was that a typo?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I believe it was your department that brought that question forward to McKalen, and McKalen brought it forward to us because it does state all legislators, but it's just been my experience that only the 3 newly elected legislators coming in and your executive team submit for a UA. But if legislature feels differently,
I would just say this needs to go back to what we had originally had set up.
yes, Legislator, Secretary Kakak?
Yeah, thank you. The other piece of it is the penalty piece. I agree that I think it should be newly elected and the executive team. And this has kind of been on and off the last 2 or 3 years on how to address it.
Yeah, it seems like most of legislature is supportive of your newly elected legislative members, and your executive team will be subject to the UA.
And I would say strike random, because that's for term of office, that would be 3 years. Right?
Right.
Or just, suspicion or reasonable suspicion
Yeah,
or something.
it's not really a safety sensitive position either.
No,
So why would we include them?
no.
I mean, we've been round and round about this over the last couple of years. Even if, say, by chance, a legislator does test positive in a UA, they are a position that's voted in by the people. we don't have the authority to remove them, and there were very little penalties at all for someone that may have appeared with a UA that is not acceptable.
Yeah, that's where we got stuck.
Yep. Yep, right. So yeah, not to go too far in the weeds with that, but so it sounds like we need the word change to add newly elected.
Oh, it says positive drug test will start removal process.
Okay, that's the new verbiage we added.
From last year.
Yep. Newly elected legislators and the executive team are required to submit to be included.
During the first week of the reorg,
Okay,
and then strike random.
gotcha.
Penalties, I don't know if there's a,
Just leave it the way it is, because we did include the penalties last year, and that took us a long time to get through that. All right, we can address that as we get further into the document if legislature wishes. But we will make the changes as we move forward with the document that'll come to you. Was there anything else on page 4 of 23? If not, we're moving on to page 5. I'm not seeing anything from anybody. Secretary Katkat?
all right, I went in. Under, LRP 4, 4.01 compensation A, for legislators shall be present at meetings at minimum 50% of the meeting to receive a full meeting payment with cause. That should also be the case for our committee meetings as well. And then under B, to include, and vice chairman shall not be paid for any meeting. Chair and vice chair.
Oh, yeah.
And C, scratch vice chair to be paid rate of time on task in absence of the chair. And then D, the serving as acting chair, when the vice chair is serving as acting chair, they would not be paid the meeting payment or the time on task. So that would have to be cleaned up, that language.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what I
yeah.
was just gonna ask.
Yeah,
Yep.
yep.
You would need to have the secretary.
Oh, it would just be, label it as secretary then.
And the rate would also have to change.
Oh, yep. And then the other one, under 4.02, time on task, where it's noted on here with the, legislative assignments to be paid time on task, which includes travel time. I would suggest striking travel time. And that it only be paid for the actual task worked. Because we do not get paid to go to our jobs, so why should we be getting paid to do what our duties are calling us to do?
Chair? When you go on assignment from your job, you do get paid travel time. I have here.
Yep. Yeah. Those are the two that I have.
I was just gonna say I don't agree with it either, but I'll just wait.
No, just again that when I'm driving to work every day, I am not getting paid to go to work. I'm not getting my travel and my mileage to go to and from my job. But this is our job though. This is what we are called to do. So that's why I'm saying that we shouldn't be getting paid for our travel time. So. I don't. Yeah, I don't, so.
Okay, all right, we can back and forth
Okay.
that all night long, so we will make the change and legislature can vote on it when it comes forward. Yes, legislator, I don't know who was first, vice chair or legislator Delabue? Vice chair?
Okay, so under LRP four, E, so chairman shall not be granted 80 hours personal time until after organizational meeting in February. Would vice chairman be in full-time now if under that as well?
Yep,
Yes,
yep.
yep, good catch. Gonna work you like a red tick. Legislator Delabrew, you had a comment as well?
Thank you, yes. I think that the, travel time I can kind of deal with, but I still think that it should be capped per day or per day, like to 12 hours, not like anything like 13 or 14. I don't know how the virtual conferencing paying the $20 per hour, so when I looked at any of the reports we got for travel, I seen everybody was paid at the same rate. So I don't know if that even was being used or considered. So I don't know if that should be struck or not. Under A where it says virtual conferencing will be paid $20 for time on task.
Yeah, to my knowledge, and
Yep.
former Madam Chair can
So,
speak to that.
A little bit of background on that is during the pandemic times when a lot of the conferences and summits were taking place, before we came completely out, some of the legislators had participated in Zoom conference and summits through their committee work. And so that was then added because they're still being taken off, but we're not seeing that anymore because we've been out, so I would be in agreement to strike that.
Okay, striking legislators on video conferencing will be paid $20 per hour for time on task. Okay, Legislator Delabrew, anything further on that page?
No, and like you said, we're gonna debate some of the issues that are coming up and what's getting moved up, so I'm fine with that for the page.
All right, Waiwana, there's nothing else on page 5, we're moving to page 6. And this one is the time on task, time card approval, and a piece of travel. Any comments from legislature? Yes, Secretary Kakak.
All right, so under F, each legislature shall be prepared to speak on his or her assignments of time on task at the annual general council meeting. That I don't think has been taking place, so I would recommend that we make note to make sure that it's added to the annual general council agenda. And then under 4.04 travel, I think that it should be noted that our travel is for a purpose, like if we're lobbying, don't agree with it being for professional development for oneself. I don't think that at the legislative level that we should be paying for our own professional development. I think that the travel should be for a purpose. And if that, I don't know if that language can be added in there or not.
Wayne, Secretary Cat, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reference to individuals speaking at their assignments for time on task, I would like that to be noted, and I think we tried to do that one time, but because once you get to the afternoon session of the general council, the reporting even on your committee assignments has run through pretty fast. I would make a recommendation that all time on tasks for each legislator be copied and made available as a handout to the members so they can see and possibly question when that legislature gets up for their committee assignments. That would be my suggestion. And under travel, when legislators travel and use their card, I think that if internal audit calls a legislator and asks them to explain a transaction, if the legislator does not respond, I think that should be a disallowed cost rather than putting the auditor in the middle of telling on the legislator. It should just be noted. No contact or refuse to answer, so then the legislator is going to be responsible for that repayment on their card.
Wayne, you got more?
Not on that page.
Not on that one? Okay. Anything else from legislators? Otherwise, we're gonna move to page 7. And this one is the remaining piece of travel credit cards and cell phone policy.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Secretary Cat.
All right, under 4.05A, on the last line, from office manager, it needs to be changed to executive director. And then under D, about the 4th line down at the end, for payroll for chairperson, and it needs to add vice chair.
Can you all please just make sure your mics are on so we're catching the changes? I know yous are, but I'm just reminding. Anything else, Secretary Cat?
No, that's all I have on that page, thank you.
All right. Anybody else on page 7? Okay, moving to page 8. Meetings of the legislature and its committees. Chapter and or constitutional requirements of meetings and open or executive sessions. Secretary Cat.
All right, under 4.07, computer email access, need to add B for vice chair email.
Boy, went in for that. You got anything else? Legislature. Okay, moving on. Did you have something?
I like the fact that we have that capability of doing virtual meetings, but I think it can be at times awkward. Technology is great, but when it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I think that somehow we need to, as a legislator, address how we can do that better. Whether we ask, I know we tried that with here, if you're speaking, put yourself on the screen, the legislature has to do that, but when we go to a meeting and everybody's virtual, or else you have no technology, like I've had to cancel a meeting because, number one, we never appointed any to the committee, so quorum is an issue. But technology's failed more than once. It did with ComDev, it failed with Health and Family, so I know that there's still health risks, but I think at some point, a change needs to be made for our committee structures that some people gotta rotate in actually for the meeting, whether we allow, if you're there one time for one meeting, next time then you can do virtual, but then the other person has to be there, at least so you can guarantee a quorum. but, I mean, it's just not working sometimes with the technology.
Yeah, why went in for that, I agree. All right, we will listen to your note and work in some kind of verbiage there for a rotating schedule for physical attendance. Anything else from legislature on page 8 of 23? Seeing nothing, moving on to page 9. And this is a continuation of open our executive sessions.
So, just
Yes.
one, just for the community meetings, our letter E, sorry. In here it says one meeting is held with Chicago and one meeting is held with Milwaukee. But we've been holding 2 meetings, June and December.
Yeah, per the request of Chicago and Milwaukee. It's been 2 years now we've
Okay.
been doing that.
So then, do we change that to 2 then?
I mean, the last 2 years, we left it up to the discretion of the executive team.
Okay.
You know, if we want to maintain that flexibility if something comes up. But we've always tried, I've witnessed the executive team always making strong effort for the December meeting as the must, and when acceptable, to try and also do the June meeting with them. So if legislature is okay, we can leave that as is, and the executive team will continue to make that an effort, reaching out to our membership in those 2 cities twice a year. Okay, don't hear nobody argue with me, so moving on.
Sure.
Yes, I'm sorry, legislator Greeno, I'm sorry, Greeno.
So I just wanna, I don't really have any changes, but under E, C, or not, C. So it says the matrix will be placed on the next MTL meeting agenda as community meeting concerns. Legislature will review the concerns and forward to administration for further discussion or review. And then the next one, D, executive assistants for their assigned committees will also place the community comments, concerns onto the appropriate committee agendas as an agenda item entitled community meeting concerns. So these 2 haven't been happening. As long as I've been here, these always go different ways, and it always feels like we don't get our answers in time to answer at the next community meeting.
Yeah.
So, and this is good, I like how it is, I just wanna make a point that we should be following this.
Yep, Waiwan and legislator Greeno, we had a lengthy discussion on it when we did our community meeting call
Okay,
out.
sorry.
Yep, so nope, you're just in line with what we all agree with, is it's a good format. We just need to stick to it.
And then if, we can remember to leave that as a standing agenda item under committee, I don't know if anyone said that already, but, okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
Waiwana. If there's nothing else on page 9, we're moving to page 10. Secretary Kaka.
Thank you. So the only thing I have under here is under the 5.05 public comment period. We give each speaker 5 minutes. Within our LRPs, it says per topic. And I think that should be changed to just a flat 5 minutes. There's been times that we've noticed we do have a lot of people signed up, but if someone's gonna take 15 minutes, that's already taken up half the time of the time allotted for speakers. So I think it should just be 5 minutes flat.
Waiwanan, for bringing that forward. Some of your colleagues did make that comment to me this week. They felt 5 minutes per person, per tribal member. For those occasions where we do have a lot of tribal members that show up.
And it can be the discretion of the chairperson too, to allow them to go over time or, you know, if we don't have that many speakers, or whatever the issue may be. but I think we strike per topic.
Yeah. All right, legislature, anything else on that section? Legislator Greeno.
So, under public comment period, I kind of feel like we need to add something in there for responding to the public comments. Because sometimes people come and they feel like, you know, they tell us their concerns and then nothing happens. I think somebody should be assigned, or there should be some kind of procedure that everybody that speaks gets some type of response. Maybe, maybe that could be something that the new vice chair position does, maybe that's something the executive director does, but I think we need something to, they deserve an answer, even if it's, you know, not what they want to hear, or, hey, we're looking into it, we'll get back to you, or something.
Yeah, why one in for that, Secretary Katkak?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like what Legislator Greeno stated. That could be something that we add as vice chairman's roles for public comment. The following week, taking note of the actions that were taken for those comments, to report out to make sure that MTL are the individuals that are coming are aware of what takes place, so that there's clear follow-up and follow-through with the. So if we could, that would be another suggestion, add C3PO. No. For vice chair roles.
Yeah, yep, for sure. We'll include a note in there, for legislature to vote on. Yes.
Just a clarification on the community meetings off reservation. In chapter 98, it requires 2 meetings a year.
Oh, it does?
I knew there was 2 in there, but I couldn't find where it was at, too, if there is 2.
Okie dokie. Well, good. I'm glad we're in compliance with that.
So it would be changed to 2, yeah.
All right. If there's nothing further on page 10, we will be moving to page 11. Posting procedures for executive session, poll voting, Secretary Katkak.
So under D, rules for the speaker, I think we should add C4 from previous page. Just so that the speaker knows, if such, to limit the chair. And I know it's on the cue cards up here, but it's not in our LRPs. So I think if we add C4, included for the rules of the speaker.
Okay. Will do. All right, anything else from legislature? Otherwise, we're moving on to page 12. Legislative committees, establishment of criteria for appointment of legislative committee, posting procedures for committee action, officers of the legislature. Yes, Secretary Katkak.
All right, so under 5.09 legislative committees, add E, legislators shall be present at meetings and a minimum of 50% of the meetings to receive payment.
You said add E?
Add letter E, yep, because it's not on there.
All right, must be present 50% of the time.
Yep. In the earlier one under compensation, I noted that it should also mean for our committee payments. So now under our committee payments, I'm asking to add letter E, legislators shall be present at meetings at a minimum of 50% of the meeting to receive payment.
Okey-dokey. Legislature, anything further on page 12 of 23? Not seeing anything. Moving on to page 13. Officer presence, official legislative spokesperson, and tribal chairperson. All right. Oh, Secretary Katkak.
Under 6.04, add a section for vice chair.
anything further? Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you. Under 6.02B, I think rather than just sending out notice to the executive team when the chairman's going to be unavailable, I think that should come out to all members of the legislature when either officer is absent from the reservation. Just so we know, I know it's great that the office is fully staffed, but when it wasn't, you heard a lot of complaints about where is everybody, what's going on in that office, and quite frankly, I couldn't tell them, because I didn't know who was where.
Okey dokey, why went in for that? Anything further, Legislative Delabrew?
No, not on that one. I was just gonna say for the, we ended up with, on health and family, we ended up with the death of a community member. There was no replacement made. We ended up with the loss of Mano director. No replacement was made that I was formally notified of. We had the loss of the aging director. There has been no replacement named.
Yeah.
So somehow that needs to be conveyed with those committee establishments, how they're gonna do that and how quickly they should do it. I lose another member, or whoever's going on health and family next. You're not gonna have a quorum, all members gotta be there, and you got 5.
Wow. Why went in for bringing that to our attention. If there's nothing further on page 13, we will move to page 14. Removal of a legislator. This has gone round and around for the last few years. Yes, Secretary Kakak.
So I think it should be removal of an officer and not a legislator. We're voted in by the people, and I don't think we should have that authority to take away their vote by being able to remove a legislator from this body. I understand that we have the authority to remove the roles that the executive team carries, so these seats can be removed from us. But I don't think we should be able to remove from this body, if that makes sense. But I think it should be worded officer and not legislator.
You're looking at the very first one, right? Right under removal of a
6.05,
legislator?
yep.
Okay.
And it goes in and it says what bylaw and section per the Constitution, and it's per the office of the chair, vice, or secretary, but it's not a legislator. It's only removing from these roles.
All right, so the change would be, an officer may be removed
Not from the legislature, but from the seat.
from their role,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that's what the Constitution says, right?
Removal.
Okay, I went in for that. Anything,
Because it only, well, the one that it's referring to, it says a legislator may be removed from the office of the executive team.
yeah, when we went through that issue, we had to remove the chair first. Yeah, the title of chair had to be removed first, if I remember that correctly. Okay, any further discussion on that page? Moving on to page 15. Any comments or discussion on page 15? This is the second part. Yes,
So
Secretary.
under
Kakak.
E, deliberation and determination, under E3, the officer shall be removed in the motion to remove the officer if approved with the affirmative vote of at least 5 members. When we're, I think it should be 7. Only because, when we have other removals such as the exclusion and everything like that, that's
Yeah.
7 out of 9.
Yeah, it is. Anything further on that section?
No.
On that page, page 15? Okay, moving on to page 16. Records retention, legal opinions or memoranda or discussion, and lobbying. Okay, moving on to page 17. Chapter process.
I think under the lobbying one, 7.04, I looked up a number of years before, when are we supposed to get the lobbying plan? And review it or anything? I haven't seen one in the past year.
Oh,
I don't know if we're going to be getting one this year.
yeah,
had one
we
last
should, we did.
The last 2
Yeah.
years, we had one.
I thought you were supposed to bring it back once they talked to the different departments regarding what were the hot button issues. And this year, you're gonna have a whole lot of hot button.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we did last year, but you're right, it wasn't brought back. Is there a a certain time of the year we bring that forward?
I don't see it in.
Okay. Annually after reorganization, yep, okay. All right. We will get that on the radar. Okay, are you good, Legislator Delabro?
Well, once we see it, we'll find out, I guess. It'll be coming up on the next agenda,
Yep.
next meeting.
Okay, moving on to page 17. Any discussion? Yes, Legislator Delabru.
One of the things, and I know that all the chapters that have been coming forward are either coming from committee or they're coming from legal. And yet, this rule says that no chapter shall be placed on the legislative agenda for first consideration unless requested by the chairman or two legislators or by committee motion. I don't know of any action that has come forward by two. And there was another clause in there that said something about no charter should come forward, but it's awkward in its nature as to how it comes forward. You know, it says any committee can ask for legal, or it says a committee of the legislature by motion may request the tribal legislature to designate legal counsel. So it's like, you want legal counsel, it's gotta come here first, then we go back to the committee. But yet when we get the packets, we're already assigned legal, but they're never at the meetings. So unless your committees just aren't to that level that legal needs to be there, so it takes a long process for that to come forward. Unless I get Randy or Legislator Chevalier to sign it to bring it forward. But if you're gonna assign something in that realm to bring something forward, then I think that that should be cleared up in a fashion. We either have a committee assignment that has the legal there, and if it charters, I mean, just look at how awkward that family code came, where you were, you know, a ream of paper 3 times. That just was awkward, so I think that needs to be cleaned up in a different fashion unless it just only happened that one time.
Okay, and for that, Legislator Delabru. Anybody else have any comments on page 17? Moving on to page 18. Funerals of legislators, former legislators, funerals of judges, justices, and we begin violations and procedures. Yes, Secretary Kakak.
All right, so I think we need to have it listed on here to assign someone to make sure that this is completed within the chair's office. Because I know we've missed some. That we've
completed, you mean the current?
That the what the tribe has to do for funerals.
Oh.
Because I know we've missed some.
Okay.
So we don't have anyone that's really monitoring or keeping an eye on that, because we get you know, distracted with day-to-day business and whatnot, and sometimes it happens after the fact, and we need to get better on this. They did their service to our tribe, and I think it's important that we make sure that we're honoring them, and so if we could, note on here, to add the assignment, who's gonna take care of that, to follow through with it.
Waiwanan for that, Secretary Kakak. Anything further on page 18? If not, moving to page 19. And this is the ending half of the presentment of charges, resolutions, and hearing, and penalties. Not seeing any. Secretary Kakak?
The positive drug test to start removal process, I think that we need to look at that because the removal process that's in our LRPs and in the Constitution is only for an officer. So I think this needs to be cleared up on what that violation is going to be.
So this specific part just lists legislature. Yeah, accused legislator has violated rule and penalty. The penalty includes one or more of the following. So what specifically are you asking for? More verbiage? Like adding a E or just including verbiage on the D?
Well, because if we go back to 6.05, removal of a legislator, it references the Constitution, bylaws 1, section 1, parent D, and within the Constitution, again, it's only for an officer. It's only for the secretary, the chair, or the vice chair. Per the Constitution, it's being referenced in the LRPs.
And this document cannot supersede the Constitution, if I understand that correctly.
Unless somebody else can point out where you can remove a legislature at to me, because I'm not seeing it.
The only little bit I remember back and forth when that was going on specifically was for an officer, and that was that legislature investigation. Because I believe even at that time, there was difficulty finding anything specific to a legislator or an individual elected official. But legislator, you know?
So, remember we went around and around about this last year also? And so, my question is, how was the previous legislator that was removed, how was he removed then? If it's not in the Constitution?
We actually had Doug with us, got his hand up. Oh, sorry about that, my microphone wasn't on. I'm sorry, Doug. You want to chime in, Doug?
Not so much an answer to Legislator Greeno's question, but just a reference to the Constitution. I don't know, I gotta go back there. Section 2, expulsion and suspension of tribal legislators. A, the tribal legislature shall, by affirmative vote of 2/3 of the entire tribal legislature, expel a member of the legislature from office on grounds, excuse me, of failure to attend 3 successive regular meetings of the tribal legislature in a given legislative year, or without good cause as determined by the tribal legislature, lack of required qualifications for holding office, occurrence of a disqualification for office, or misuse of funds.
Waiwan and Doug?
I'd like to chime in, please.
That's page 15, Chairman.
Yep, page 15.
Yeah, section 2. Sorry, I
And he
couldn't
just-
get the article. My computer's giving me fits here at the moment.
Article
All right.
7,
Yep, just hold on, Joanne. Tony, you have something to
Article
add?
7,
Article 7,
Section 2.
Section 2 of the
Thanks, Tony.
Constitution. All right.
So I'm pretty sure that's why we left it in last year, was because we went back and looked at all of that
Yeah.
already, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
now that you
correct.
say that, some of that rings a bell. If there's nothing further from legislature on page 19, we do have a tribal member that has a comment on that page.
Yes, I do. And it was just read into record. This is Joanne, officer of the legislator. Officer of the legislator is in the Constitution. So that clarifies that language, that confusion over them being two different positions. It says officer of the legislator. And I'm very grateful that legal is chiming in here. I really think that when you're looking at that, we had our legal department do some really good work looking into that and doing their best in a very emotional time period, trying to share the law. They researched it and present that law. And I think I would suggest they break that language down into easier to understand language and bring that for these items here where there's question about the authority of the legislator to remove a fellow legislator. I think that needs to be clarified by legal, because us tribal members have believed that that Constitution gave you guys the authority to handle that. And if you look at what the process is for a tribal member to bring together a petition to remove a legislator, it's a nearly impossible goal to reach. And that is why we've always believed we had that integrity of our elected body preserved by you being able to do that removal when, the investigation proves that that's a step you need to take. So we had a very difficult time and it was very emotional. And that brings me to my thing that you guys were supposed to work on. I hope you're going to do that, because years later, after that whole emotional thing happened and that legislator was removed, years later, we finally get this report from internal audit presented by a different employee. Thank God the gentleman did his best in trying to report somebody's else's work to you, but that has to be addressed tonight too. You have to come up with, I'm sorry, that employee did a good job of coming up with the recommendations and suggestions, and it is on this topic. When things happen, when there's questions, that you guys need to establish a better protocol for investigation and then enforcement. So it was the internal auditor, Mr. Dan Brown, that had brought that recently. And I would appreciate it that you ask legal to share with you that legal research, because an officer of the legislator, it's one and the same. They're not two separate positions. Match Waywanan.
Waiwanan for that. Doug, did you have something further, or is your hand up from
Just,
before?
no, just one more real quick. I know this is always a long process for you with these LRPs, but so that section that you just went through on that removal of a legislator that you're commenting on, when we went through that, remember, we used the Constitution as the guide, obviously. There was no process anywhere for how to get to it. And those of us that went through it, and those of you that are there yet, remember that. So we had Pipestone Law come in, and she's the one that sat down and went, here's what we can do. We'll draft it. The legislature will look at it. The legislature will affirm it. Guidance from the Constitution. But that process that ended up in the LRPs was written by Pipestone Law. So that's how it ended up in the LRPs to use as the guide, should that ever, hopefully not, happen again.
Waiwan and Doug, appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay, legislature, anything further? Yes, Secretary Cat.
Okay, so just for clarification then, to go back under 6.05, can we also add in that top section, when it's citing the Constitution for bylaw 1, can we also cite the Article 7, Section 2, where it goes into more detail on that?
And it would be, wouldn't it be, 7 votes, it would be 6.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. All right, anything further from, yes, Legislator Green?
Just one more quick, 8.02C, that meeting payment amount is still the old meeting payment amount.
Oh, yeah, that's not the proper meeting payment. We'll get the proper meeting payment in there. All right, Waiwan for that, good catch. Anything further? Moving on to page 20, the MTL credit card expense report. Number 21 is the legislator equipment supply form. Yes, Secretary Cat.
Okay, in the electronic copy of these, can we add a link to pages 20, 22, and 23? Cause I think 23 needs to be updated,
Yeah.
but in the electronic copy, to add a link so that we can access it that way?
Add link for pages 21, 22, and 23. All right, wait. 20, 21, 22.
Yep.
All right, Waiwan for that. Anything else on page 21? Moving on, page 22, which is the time on task. That is an old sheet. We do have the new ones that will be updated. If there's nothing on 22, final page, page 23 is your signature page. All right. So we will get those changes in red, and they will be on our next legislative meeting. You will vote on those changes when they come forward for either approval or denial. I believe that's our standard process. No motion to direct us to do that. We just do that, right? Okay. Good deal. Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Mr. Chairman, could you also probably bring up the rules that were created for the chairman's office? So whether those need to be updated or not, like, for instance, your minutes, I think the meeting minutes are supposed to be done within 30 days. I mean, we're looking at meeting minutes tonight that were from quite a ways away, starting with August. And I just think that there are rules that were created by the legislature for that office, and I think that they should be looked at.
Okay.
See if everybody can be informed as to what those rules are, but maybe they also need to be updated.
All right, yep, sounds good, Waiwana. Anything further on that topic? Yes.
And just to clarify on that whole removal process, I was thinking back and reading through that part that's in your LRPs was put there because there was no process to remove an officer, but we didn't remove from legislature because it's already spelled out in the Constitution. That is pretty clear in the Constitution. The removal of an officer was not clear. That's why we spelled out a process. So that's why you're not seeing the removal of a legislator in your LRPs, because it's pretty much spelled out in the Constitution.
All right, Waiwanan. Okay, moving on to our next agenda item. Menominee tribal legislature meeting schedule and notice 2025 legislative year. So there are, I mean, obviously, one of the big ones on there is the January 1st, Thursday, 2026. You'll notice that, that's there. We need to make a decision on that one. Yeah, for the first time, as long as I can remember, we don't have a meeting on the Thursday of the powwow this year. It's actually after.
Joe,
Yes.
I went back and looked at last year's and they did say 5-4, like, so it wasn't like 4:30.
Okay. Okay, Waiwanan, thank you for that. Legislature, what are your wishes?
So I just have a comment on the off-site meetings. I don't think we should have the off-site for with the attendance. We don't get in attendance. So it's just us moving up there, but there's no attendance of community members. And that was the goal, to have them, the availability there, but with the last, several years that we've been doing that, we don't have an attendance. And it helps with having virtual options now, because we get a lot of people on virtual yet.
Any other comments? Yes, Legislator Delabur.
I agree in some sense, because you do have the virtual, or with the video conferencing, that it's available. But I also think that the tribal school is not conducive to have a meeting. It was very apparent the last meeting, that was just crazy, that you couldn't hear, you were in an echo chamber, and we only had 3 people there, or 5 people for a limited time, and then it was just us. And I just think that people know we meet on Thursdays, and we meet at different times, and I just think that they should continue to be here.
Legal, can I ask for a little input from you? Is there anything in our constitution that dictates we need to be in those villages and towns off-site? No? Okay.
I think we get good attendance on South Branch.
I will agree with you. Every meeting I've been at in South Branch, we do get a really good attendance up there. And of course, this entire agenda is up for discussion to the legislature. It's your decision. It's the meetings, and if that's something we want to continue doing. Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
Mr. Chairman, I like the off-site community meetings. I just don't like that the technology doesn't work, or hasn't been set up or tested, and we struggle with that. The tribal school, yeah, that was a odd one, because we're all sitting on that one side, we couldn't hear each other. So maybe it'd be like a horseshoe type of a thing, set up that way instead, but I don't think we should just scrap it, because, if we have a more regular and consistent, then maybe more people would show up. So I'm in favor of keeping them.
Yeah, Waiwana Legislator Chevalier. I mean, that's where I'm at right now. If we're gonna do one community meeting, we're gonna do all of them. Either we do them all here, or we. Yeah. Legislator Greeno.
I'm also in favor of just leaving them. If nobody shows up, then they don't show up, but it's, at least we're giving them that opportunity and showing that we want more community members to attend. I mean, sometimes they don't attend the actual, the community meetings, not the legislature meetings, but the community meetings. Sometimes people don't attend those, but we still keep doing them. So I'm in favor of, keeping them, but I think we should move from the tribal school gym to a different spot in Neopet.
Yeah, I think all of legislature agrees with that. It was very difficult to hear anything there. So any of these changes are up for discussion per motion.
Oh, pardon me, please, before you make.
Nope, I know you're there, Joan. Please just be patient. Legislature is, legislators have the floor right now, but I see you there. Just hold on. Secretary Kat.
Okay, so if MTL wants to keep the off-site, then that's fine. But the holiday one, I would suggest that we keep the holiday one too. The January 1st one.
On January 1st.
Yeah, it'd be different if it was New Year's Eve, because then we have the poll and there's a lot of planning going on, but this one is usually January 1st.
Legislator Chevalier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just gonna suggest that we move that one to January 2nd. Friday, January 2nd. Instead of on a national holiday. So I make a motion to set the first meeting in January 2026, so January 2nd.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to move the previously scheduled January 1st to January 2nd of 2026. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by legislator Greeno. Discussion, Secretary Kat.
But wouldn't that be a special meeting then, if we have to, or rescheduled? Because it has to be the first and third Thursday for regular MTL meeting?
Yeah, but we did that in July, right? We moved it from Thursday to Wednesday.
That's right, we did do that. Yeah. Yeah, we did do that. For discussion, legislator Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only comment regarding a January 2nd meeting, I'd prefer it not be 5 o'clock in the evening, because that's a Friday, and it's family time. But, you know, we can do that, right, but we can move the time up as well for.
Noon?
Yeah, sometimes we're here till pretty
Yeah.
late.
Motion maker?
Yeah, I'm agree. We're good with that.
For noon, is that the change in verbiage for noon? Second, you're okay with that?
Yep.
All right, as long as we're in discussion, any other legislators? I'm gonna go out to our relatives and tribal members. Joan?
Thank you, Match Waywanan. You had an internal audit report submitted, and a promise was made to me that night that you guys would be reviewing that while you did your LRPs. You promised, because those were the recommendations to make sure that we didn't have another situation that resulted in that very difficult thing that removed that former legislator. So I know you have it. If you don't, then, you know, please find it, bring it forward. That was the night everybody was calling it the double dipping. There was these reports prepared by a former internal auditor, and then the current acting internal auditor presented it for that person. Had all of those legislators' initials, and then all of these questionable double dipping payments and stuff. You were supposed to deal with the recommendations to make sure that there was a process for investigation and reporting, and a way to make sure that you guys didn't have to experience such a horrible thing again. So I'd appreciate that be included as you're doing your LRPs. Match Waywanan.
Waywanan, Joan. There's there's no other discussion on the topic at hand, the motion on the floor, all those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Would you like to qualify, Secretary Gauthier? Secretary Kakak, I'm sorry.
Just as I stated, the second and third Thursday for regular MTL meetings. And at the 5 o'clock for that one is what I would go with.
Waiwanen. All right, so we made a motion to change the one meeting date. I believe we need a motion to accept the meeting schedule, correct? Yes, Tony?
If you're going to have it in Neopet at the, a different location, it's gotta be a part of your list before March 15th. So that's according to chapter 151, requires that if you're gonna have it in other locations, that you have it set before March 15th. So, and you need the location. So if you're gonna change that tribal school location, you'd need to know that before you approve this.
Okay, Waiwanen. I would think by then, as we get to that point in September of next year, MIMS building, which will be the new tribal building, should be operational and occupiable. Secretary
So
Kakak?
can we just leave it now as listed as Neopet? Or does it have to specify? Because once the agenda is done, it'll have the location on there.
As long as we just have the village listed, the town?
Location?
I know you put tribal school specifically on this one, so, and you also put South Branch Community Center, that's why I'm saying it, if you have the location listed, and I'm not sure what if it was just Neopet as the location.
Secretary Kakak, anything further? Otherwise, I'm gonna go to another
No, go ahead.
legislator. Legislator, Greeno?
So what if we keep it at tribal school, but just not in the gym, just in a different part of the school? Like maybe the cafeteria area, that's a bigger area. Just keep it there, we'll just find a different room.
Yeah, the sound would be a lot better in that smaller atmosphere for sure. Based on the attendance we've been having up there the last 4 years, I think the cafeteria would work as far as size. Good one. All right, was anybody willing to make a motion on the schedule for 2025 into 2026? Yes, Legislator Guino?
I'll move to accept the Menominee Tribal Legislature meeting schedule and notice for the 2025 legislature year.
Waiwanen, good motion. Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any further discussion, comments? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwanen, everybody.
I had just one comment there, Chair.
Yep, what's up, Doug?
Yeah, that nice building that you just bought, that MTE building, it's got a big meeting room in there and sounds probably pretty good in there. That one you should think about using.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we have till March 15th, so we can.
Pen for it. Thanks.
Waiwanen. All right, moving along, item number Matatanat Niune MITW Resolution 25-01, authorized signatories for official documents required to carry out the daily business of the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin. Legislature, Secretary Kakak.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve nomination, Menominee Tribal Legislature Resolution number 25-01, authorized signatories for official documents required to carry out the daily business of the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin. Waive the reading, authorized signatures.
Waiwanen, good motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwanen, everybody. Moving on to item number 15, MITW Resolution 25-03, further authorization for the Wolf River Development Company office building construction project, and we do have,
We skipped one, right?
No.
nope, we took care of that. Yep, that was that
Here.
youth group.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We do have Attorney Wilhelmy here with us. John, I'll turn it over to you for the brief explanation.
Okay, as in the memorandum, the legislature approved the building project back in August, and the presentation that was provided by Wolf River included the major portion of the loan was from Bay Bank, and then there was a companion loan from SSBCI. But the resolution, because of my error in drafting it, only included the Bay Bank portion and not the SBCI portion. So the purpose of this resolution is to cover that amount that was part of the kind of the deal from the beginning. And then the slightly new issue that has just come up fairly recently is it was determined by the bank that the SSBCI could not be a companion loan to a interior Indian loan guarantee loan, which is what the Bay Bank loan is. And so there was a modification so that the companion loan is now really the loan fund, with SSBCI being a small part as a companion to the loan fund loan, which ended up increasing the amount by about $100,000 or so. So the total amount of the project is not significantly different. It's just that my error in drafting the resolution number, not the number, but the amount, didn't include that original companion loan. So that's why this resolution is in front of you today.
Waiwan and John, Attorney Wilhelmy, I'm sorry. Legislature, any questions? Yes, Secretary Katkak.
I'll make a motion to approve Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin Resolution Number 25-03, further authorization for Wolf River Development Company Office Building Construction Project. Waive the reading and authorize signature.
Waiwan, and is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Second by Legislator Greeno. Any further discussion, questions? Yes, Legislator Chevalier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, when you say loan fund, do you mean our tribal loan fund?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And it's, so what happened is like the SSBCI, which is also the tribes, it's kind of a newer thing that came through the ARPA funds. That amount's been shrunk significantly down. And then the loan fund has sort of made up the difference there.
Okay.
So either way, it was gonna be a tribal entity, the tribe itself kind of participating in the loan, but it's switched slightly.
Yeah, I would just say, maybe say that in the document, instead of just saying loan fund, you would say Menominee Tribal Loan Fund. So that's more specific to where it's coming from, or? Coming out of?
Okay, good, Legislator Chevalier?
Yep, thank you.
All right, Waiwan. Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you. What was the impact to the loan fund in reference to having to pick up the rest of that money?
I know that Wolf River applied to the loan fund, went through their process, and they were okay with making that loan. So I don't know exactly what the impact is on them, but that they went through that sort of application process and got approved.
That doesn't answer the question.
Well, I'm not sure, you know.
Well, yeah, I see that too, but, I mean, does the loan fund have like $2 million, so this is minor? Or do they have $1 million and you just took up excess of 75% of it?
Yeah, I'm not sure, although my understanding in speaking with Eva about it was that they haven't made a loan in many, many years of this nature, of a commercial loan, so they had funds available to make this amount, but how much they have left, I don't know.
Crystal, part of the topic? Yeah.
Yes, I could say that it's the revolving business loan fund and that there's a 10-year turnaround, so money will be back, be borrowed out in no time.
It's, Mr. Chairman, it's
Yes.
not that I have a problem with it going to WRDC and their building loan. It's just, what was the balance based on our previous answer it later, but I don't have a problem with it going to WLUC. It's just like, what do they have left?
Yeah, good question. Are you good, Legislator Delabrew?
Yes.
All right, Legislature, any further questions? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwan and John? That's the part where you say, no. All right, item number 16, MITW Resolution 25-04 USDA Rural Business Development Grant. Legislature?
Why are we getting a new one?
I was just gonna ask that. Why are we getting a new one? Oh, I'm sorry, Crystal.
Because in the original one, I was asking for about 275 million. My defense, I had a fever and worked from home. Also, the budget is updated, you know, with the application process.
275,000.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you sure you're not feverish? You just asked for millions, so.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin Resolution Number 25-04, supportive application for funding under the United States Department of Agricultural Rural Business Development Grant. Waived reading, authorized signatures.
Waiwan, and we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Legislator Greeno. Any further discussion or comments? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwan and everybody. Moving on to item number Matatanohi Kanane Internal Audit Report. We have Dan with us?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and legislators.
Hoso Dan. I'll turn it over to you, my friend.
Thank you. The audit update that is in my monthly report is old news compared to the emergency meeting of last week, Thursday, when I gave you those figures. Did anybody have any more questions regarding the last Thursday's audit report?
Legislature, was there any lingering questions? Yes, Secretary Katkat.
All right, so, we were on travel on the way back during this, and so I got cut off. But I would
Yes.
like to know what option was decided on.
Yes. Option, let me see here, number 2 was chosen, and the motion was, I moved to, nope. Here on the other page. Yeah, I move that the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin ceases seeking out and providing documentation from the selection lists of Red W for the fiscal year 22 audit as the most effective way to move ahead to complete the fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 audits. I further move that resources previously allocated to the fiscal year 22 documentation process be redirected to support the timely and efficient completion of the fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 22 or 24 audits. That was Danell, and then Legislator Delabrew seconded it. 5-4, 0 opposed, 1 abstention, and 2 absent.
Okay, follow up?
Yes.
Okay, so with section 2, and I apologize for not being able to, participate in last week's meeting, but, will that mean that FY '22 will be completed, with what they have, will get findings? What are we looking at as far as, types of hits that we're gonna have to take, fines, findings, what is that impact gonna be like? And then are those going to carry over to 23 and 24? Or how long will it take for that to, get corrected with our future audits?
Sure. Okay, there is a risk ceasing supplying documentation to the audit right now as far as funding goes. There's also a risk if we spend 3 to 6 more months searching for documentation that we may never find. This was discussed in depth between the finance manager, myself, and the auditor in charge, Jonathan. We just decided, to recommend that we cease and that we get going on the 23. Now, you're right, the 22 isn't going to be completed with all documentation supplied. So instead of a clean audit or an unmodified opinion, we will have a modified opinion where, they will say, one of the things they will say is that they did not receive all of the documentation. There's going to be parts of the audit that they don't have enough documentation to form an opinion on the financial statement, and they'll say things like that. So yes, there's going to be findings. It's a difficult situation to be in. Nobody wants to be in this situation. The thing is, we don't know what the funding agencies will most definitely do because it's not spelled out to us, if we don't do this, then they will do this. It's not spelled out like that to us. There are reconciliations and balances that will have to continue by our finance department. And it's going to be worked out somehow with agreeing on what the beginning numbers are for 23 so that that can be worked through then. 23 probably will be very difficult. I expect we'll be very busy working on 23 as well. The finance manager does have an idea of bringing in some accountants or external auditors or accountants with external audit experience. And this was also suggested to us by Jonathan for the purposes of working on those reconciliations and balancing of accounts, working on coming up with the numbers, and then getting right into working on the same kinds of things for 23. We have the list of 155 selections from Red W, and it can certainly be a list to work off in the beginning. Otherwise, Red W did say they would have a draft for us to review in the middle of March, and then they would take that back and work on the final copy. And they do expect to have that done after the first week of April. So we're going to get 22 turned in after the first week of April. And we will be continuing to work on reconciliations and hopefully get the extra help in. And it's kind of pretty much the same as what we've been doing this last year and a half.
Thank you.
Did I cover everything? You kind of, okay.
No, thank you.
All right, Maria?
Hi again. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just wanted to verbalize the question that I put in the chat. What is the associated cost of the findings, and will the tribe be required to pay it back?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. Apologize for that. Did you hear that, Dan?
I did hear that, yes. Maria, do you mean associated costs as far as what effect the funding agencies might have on us?
No, I know exactly what effect that will have on you. I'm just curious to what amount was in the receipts, what amount was mismanaged and considered a finding in the audit.
The findings, okay. The findings are going to be about not supplying all of the documentation. They'll have a finding on internal controls. They have told us that they're nearly done with the compliance portion of the audit. We have the single audit, which is the compliance portion, and we have the audit of the financial statements, which is the other half of it. And so far, we're doing very well in the compliance portion. They have not found that anything has been mismanaged against the policies and procedures of the funding agencies.
Okay, I'm just honestly just trying to help everybody understand, I guess, the implications that this is gonna have, whether or not the tribe, if it was something that was not allowable. That's, I guess what I'm getting at is, was there something in the cost principles that weren't allowable for some of the findings that were found? If not, and you don't want to answer that, I completely understand. But I guess if you do move forward with I guess, keeping these findings and not providing the paperwork. So the only implication we would probably face potentially then is losing points in the next process then. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that they have not found where we have mishandled the funds of the grants. And yes, it will affect future grant applications. We don't know what effect it will have on grants that we do have right now or that are multi-year grants. Jonathan did say to us that, and I think he said this last Thursday at the meeting as well, that he has not come across a case where any of the tribes that he does auditing for, where they're, a particular grant was just plain cut off with this kind of a audit report. We are going to be a high risk auditee until we have 2 years in a row of on-time audits. Then that third year, we will go back to a low-risk auditee. Does that answer more of what you were asking?
Oh, yeah, it does in a way, I guess. I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to, I guess, verbalize like what I'm thinking right now, because how far is, right now the tribe only has 22 and 23 that's delinquent, right? So we're not on a third yet, and we're not on the verge of getting an IOR, right? So my mind is that, is there some type of repercussion where they're gonna come in and pull our cash? And I think that's probably where everybody's at. So once you get to your third audit, that's when that IOR gets put into place, and that's the imposition of remedies. So if an imposition of remedies gets put in place with the tribe, that's when the funding agency have the capacity to come in and pull the funds. So I guess if you're saying that if we're just gonna move forward and accept this, I think that's really a good idea perhaps, because it would be horrible to see the tribe get their funds taken back. Thanks.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, Waiwan and Maria, appreciate that. Okay, Legislature. Anything else for Dan? Yes, Legislator Delabrew?
Mr. Chairman, though, but I don't want anyone to think that we had the meeting and we took any of those things lightly.
Right.
You know, it was all talked about, and the implication of having 22 delinquent, 23 delinquent, and no work even starting on 24. You know, and so the idea that we're taking hits, we know that, but we've already taken hits with them being delinquent. And so even if we would have, I guess at this point it was, we can't answer all the questions or provide all the documentation, even if they gave us another year extension, we just can't do it for whatever happened. So we are going to have deficiencies, we're gonna have findings. We don't know the extent of any disallowed costs, because you know when the audit is submitted, your funding source has a year after it's gone to the clearinghouse to determine if there was any kind of misappropriations or anything that would allow for something to be disallowed. But this has been on this horseshoe's radar for a long time, even before I became on the legislature again. and for it to take another year for us to finally make a decision regarding the options, it wasn't done lightly. And, the goal is to, whatever happens, we gotta take 23 we start working on and get that in by, even though it's gonna be delinquent again, and hopefully not the problems that 22 had, and that we can get 24 in, which is already due in June. So, I just don't want people to think that at the Horseshoe that we just took all of those options lightly. It was a difficult decision, but we have to own it and we have to move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I went for that, Legislator Delabrew. Legislature, if there's nothing further, we need a motion to accept the internal audit report. Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
I would provide the information regarding the second, third quarter for credit cards and how long has, is that just repeat some old information or for those published?
They usually are published, what, on a quarterly basis, monthly basis?
Well, they come to MTL and normally they're their own agenda item, but mine were included in number 17, so. But normally they'll come to MTL and they're their own agenda item and then published after that.
Are they coming back or were any of these quarters published?
That I don't know.
Yeah,
First time seeing these right here was, they came in number 17.
Yep, some of them, Dan?
Yeah, I didn't hear what Legislator Delabrew was talking about. I think you're talking about the credit card reports?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I had to turn in the reporting before I, finally found that Jennifer had presented the second and third quarter to the legislature on, I believe it was September 19th. And then after I found that, then I was able to look back and I did find the motion that approved both of those. And it was September 19th. So second and third quarter is done and approved already. We just have fourth quarter to review. And I believe you.
Were they published in Tribal News?
And that is one of my questions to Devin. I didn't get to ask her that yet.
Yeah, because they should be published.
Right.
Yeah.
The one that up at the top, it's got MNN in red. That's the one that gets published.
All right,
It's got the credit card expenses in one column, and then it has legislature meetings, committee meetings, and the time on task. And then the last two columns are the quarter and the year to date. So I guess my question at this point would be, would you like to go through fourth quarter?
Legislature? Yeah, we're getting mixed emotions, half and half here. Who wants to go through fourth quarter? Please let me know. We have 2, 3. Who doesn't want to go through fourth quarter? 1, 2, 3. Yes.
I just have one question. Were these reports made available to tribal members?
Only once they go public in the newspaper. Yep, and it's only the one sheet, not all of them.
Like Secretary Keck mentioned that it's a separate agenda item and then the information is made to membership. Was this information made available to membership? Because if it wasn't, discussing it now.
Were these in the general packet?
Did
I
it
mean,
go to
we
public
got them.
public packet?
No,
Right.
All right, fine.
Yes, Legislator Greeno.
So, just to make this clear, we did already approve and go through second and third quarter at a previous time.
Yeah.
So, fourth quarter actually should be its own agenda item, so maybe if nobody else wants to go through them, maybe we should just put it on the next, meeting agenda.
For fourth
Table
quarter.
it for now, or no action, or,
Well, it's, yeah, I mean, it's up to legislature, however you want to move forward with it.
I mean, I think we do need to go through them, just maybe not at this.
Well, make your motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to have the fourth quarter credit card reports, brought back at the next regular MTL meeting.
Waiwanen, good motion. Is there a second? Second by legislator Wabanascom. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. What do you want to do with the internal audit monthly report?
Make motion to approve the internal audit report.
Waiwanen, second by legislator Wabanascom.
I thought we accept it. Accept it, sorry.
Yep,
Accept.
Waiwanen. Seconded by legislator Wabanascom. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwanen, everybody. That fourth quarter will be on our next agenda item. Moving into our team management reports. Waiwanen, Dan, appreciate your time.
You bet. Thank you. I completely understand as well.
Okay, the first report I have is finance report. I don't know if everybody's packets are the same. So, Mr. Lee, you're up to bat, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Also,
Legislature.
Nema, thanks for coming in this evening, being a part of the meeting.
Wow. We hired an additional accountant slash, I forget what the actual title is, but they're gonna help facilitate the accounting software and help set up users and things like that. And they're gonna be helping out with AP as they transition over until we can get another person hired for that. Other than that, I don't have anything else to add. Are there any questions?
Waiwanen, Secretary Kaka.
So on the, on your page 2, it looks like for the amendment 4 revenue, where it says there was a transfer from reserves, in red, what was that for?
It was in the amount of $1,596,918.
What was the sheet?
So on your first page of the tribal budget ordinance, revenue amendment 4, on the bottom, under supplemental funds, it says transfer from reserves, $1,596,918.
Wasn't there an ordinance that we approved too? I don't remember what it was for, but. That amount sounds like, an ordinance that we approved to transfer, but I don't remember exactly what it was for. Sorry. That's, the amount that's approved in the ordinance, the 1,590,000, what is it, 96? 918, that's the amount that was approved in the tribal ordinance. The amount we're allowed to transfer to cover the expenses for the, non-restricted.
those are just my notes to myself. I didn't think he was gonna put it in color.
So it jumps out at
No,
us. Yeah.
Jumps right at me. Those are my notes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for our finance manager? Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you look at your spreadsheet here on page, 1, 2, 3, on page 3, you see like community funding request, and then you see that big percentage on the end, 265%. Then if a little ways down, you see 372%, and then a little ways down, you see 278%. How come are those percentages so high?
Good question.
Looks like, formula error maybe?
Probably the formula.
Okay, I just wondered what that was from.
Are you good, Legislator Chevalier?
Thank you.
I will definitely check on it.
Legislator Greeno?
I'm questioning, at Budget and Finance, this report wasn't ready at our last meeting. So should we even be hearing it now or seeing it now? Cause I think we probably would have caught some of those things. Yeah, so that's my question. Does it need to, I know it comes to Budget and Finance first, the committee, but it wasn't ready at the time, so we tabled it, and now it's here.
You know, that's a little on the confusing side, because I thought Legislature saw them first, then they go out to the committee. No? The other way. Go to the committee first, and then come back. Okay.
Okay.
But it would just be a moot issue. Moot issue. All right, I'm sorry, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, and I think what happened at Budget and Finance, they said they hadn't closed out, so that's why the report wasn't available. But there is some calculation errors in your sheet there, because if the approved budget was for community funding request of 16,000, and they only spent 3,600, budget balance shouldn't be a negative 26,400. So, and that also applies with the other one for the courts, with 40,000, and they only spent 88,000. You have a budget balance of a negative 109. So there's something wrong in your formula. And in reference to the transfer from reserves, as I take it, the conversation is that this is what was approved by ordinance. Correct. Is what you transferred. But there is a clause in the ordinance, I can't remember the exact verbiage, but sort of what Legislator Greeno's talking about, that you have the ability to draw $2 million out of reserves as needed to cover our costs, but you're supposed to provide immediate notification to, I think, the chair and to other members of the legislature. But I think that's what's confusing, is that if this was what was appropriated already to cover the costs, if this is not something that was over and above another draw.
The transfer was because moving down under supplemental funds, the American Rescue Act funds, those funds are already in the bank. We're not waiting to receive the funds. So that's what we used first, that 748,000. Instead of drawing from the actual general fund.
Yes.
Waiting for revenue.
That's what I was just asking, that's the clarification. This is what was appropriated, but you do have the ability to cover our costs, but there's a process that has to happen.
Right.
By that ordinance.
And that's in the initial, the first ordinance that comes to the legislature. It's in those documents. And to, Mr. Chairman, to clarify this, I guess that's what I get for rushing. These were ready, well, almost ready for the Budget and Finance Committee, but there was a miscommunication when I gave them to the finance manager. I told him, go ahead, make 12 copies, do your narrative, and I don't think he understood what I was telling him, but they were ready, but we would have caught these at that time. But don't rush.
Sorry, Wyman.
There's a mountain of papers on my desk at the time, so I kind of grabbed a bunch of stuff that looked fiscal.
Why, Wyman, we appreciate that. Legislature, any further questions on our finance report? Okay, Wai Wyman, Lee, Kathy, appreciate your time and being here with us.
Thank you.
The next report I have is HR monthly report, Name Katuan Queso, January. Oh, he's not even here. All right, well, let's move to administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to apologize for my late report. It was out of the office due to some bereavement leave and plus just being sick. I feel like I've been sick since November in admin. So we have some priorities that have came up, obviously. You know, the elder heating is going very well. It's down to like maybe 20 apps a week. So that the majority of it has been dispersed. The other part, we continue with the records project. They didn't put that in here, but that's pertinent to the communication between finance, tribal admin, and the directors to continue that technology project, but it's a severe database that is needed. From paper to electronic, that'll open up some communication not only between the two departments, but then we'll be able to roll out to the department directors so it becomes a tool to see what their grants look like, how far they're expended, alerts for when those program reports are due, and reminders. We should not be getting email reminders from funding agencies, so that was one of the main reasons we move forward with ECVIS, the software introduction. Jason Fish is our records coordinator right now. He has successfully built the bridge between ECVIS and Abilla. It's in test phase right now. So far, the records are jiving. The data transfer happens at 2 o'clock in the morning every night. Two directors I want to acknowledge is Heather Wilbur and also Ben Warrington. They have all their contracts and grants in, all the data. So they're the ones that are in the test phase right now, and it's working out really well. We're not completely there because what we want to do is also do those quarterly reviews with the ATAs with their departments. That's when they check on our reports all in. Any budget mods, any program mods, that's a connection with the agencies. Portal management, that also was all over the place when I came 5 years ago. That has now gotten to a usable place. But those are very difficult. Those are high clearance things that happen with the federal government. We're finally getting things, you know, at a workflow level where it's getting smoother and smoother, but it's gonna take time. But just wanted to mention that because that records crew is really doing well. They're almost got the 15 years of filing that was sitting in those file cabinets. Those are scanned. Everything's in. We're just now taking the data because we got to fill the database in order to see the workflow, to work those bumps in that workflow. So just want to acknowledge that. And again, that'll open up communication between departments and directors, and it'll obviously be a tool. With that being said, I think that it's important to mention this, especially in the executive orders. The executive orders are in TRO. February 24th is the end of that restraining order. So we're still waiting for guidance from departments. We don't know because we're a Native American tribe We're not a state agency, we're not a county agency, we're not a federal agency, we're a Native American tribe, which is different. So those, we're watching that, working with legal. Tony provided us some guidance. Working behind the house on scenarios of potential impacts to the tribe. Using this e-civis system, we're able to use CFDA numbers, which are federal numbers for grants, comparing that list of 2,000 grants that may be the impacts of those executive orders. So far, we've ran, at first it was 100, now it's moving up to the area of 350 grants. Once we get to that piece, we'll analyze each and every one because it's the funding agency agreement that we need to look at and the personnel and fringe regarding those to measure impacts. So we're building scenarios so that we can bring this information to the legislature so they'll be able to make some decisions. We'll make some recommendations too, but we're not there yet. Working hard at doing that. The staff is really capacitated in addition to daily workflow. It's put some stress on the system, even more than what we had with ARPA. And we're closing out ARPA, as everybody knows, to sign the MOUs. Now we have the projects that we need to get the departments moving on and get procured. We don't want that money sitting there. And again, there was advice given regarding drawdowns that has occurred. Lee has done that. Strategic planning, we're pushing that. We want to see what the completion rate is. At this time it's 25%, but in addition to already working on these goals and objectives, now we got a new bunch of crisis going on. So with strategic planning, you kind of put that back on the table and go, okay, what's affecting the tribe right now? So we might have some delays in that might be affecting the completion, because we really should be planning the new model for the fiscal 26 strategic plan. But if we're busy, we gotta prioritize some things. Our priority in admin at this time will be ARPA to close those out, but to also make sure the projects are done in a good way. Secondary is this focus on executive orders and what effects that potentially could be for the tribe in regards to grants and contracts. But the other area, which we all know, we are already in the tribal budget era and also the indirect cost. So as we're doing this activity, we'll also be doing the tribal budget and measuring those impacts of what the revenue will look like. We already know that we supplemented the revenue last fiscal year with $4 million from ARPA. So $4 million plus measuring what the revenue projections will be from departments. I recommend that we start the budget process earlier than what we usually do. We usually start it in May. I suggest we start immediately now that we got a new seated reorganization of MTL in your committees. And then we gotta get to work. We've gotta get to looking at the tribal, but looking at this and holding this into abeyance, because I also have to measure the effects of those contracts and grants. Should they be removed? What the impact to the indirect cost pool will be. So all of that needs to go on, and a lot of analysis. No guidance from agencies at this point besides what the executive orders and TRO are. So that'll be our priority right now. I don't know how long that's gonna take. I'm glad that we started the e-civis project so we could at least run some reports. I'm running 3 different modules, not only just e-civis, but we've got a hard copy going on with the grant manager. She's running through that list, and also we have Russell also working on the indirect cost pool on salary and fringe anyway, so we have 3 models so that we wanna make sure and get as close as we can to some scenarios. There's nothing that says you need to do this right now, but we need to look at what we're looking at. So just wanted to provide, that's how our admin's at. We'll be working closely with Lee regarding those contracts and grants, because I have a feeling that we need to, it's gonna be a hard thing, but we gotta go through every single contract and grant and read the purpose, the personnel, and measure what those impacts are gonna be. And if we can combine some things, those are some recommendations we may be able to do at Budget and Finance Committee, but it'll be your decision. We'll create the data and give it to you so that you can make the decisions that you need to make. And then if there's anything that you need, any data, let me know so that we can run. We got some people, kind of like Eva Johnson, Heather, Joyce, Wakey, they're familiar with Abila and report writing. So if there's something that, you know, we're missing, or if there's a better way, please let us know, but this is what strategy we're gonna use at this point. The rest of my report is the administrative committee. I give you guys the agenda items that the administrative committee works on. We were only able to meet, it was very difficult during the holidays to meet, but we got some things through, and sometimes when we can't meet, we'll run the, kind of like a contract routing those items through to the administrative committee for approvals. Directors meeting, we try to communicate as much as we can to the directors of what's going on. We've had directors reach out to us regarding the executive orders. The direction that we provided them was that to continue with their grants until the tribe receives information are in black and white that things have stopped. We haven't received that. All we received was the newsletter indicating the executive orders and that the TRO is in place. So the 24th, I'll be watching for that, working with Tony. Also, I usually give you guys assistant tribal administrator reports of what they're working on. One of the big initiatives is that homeless program. That seems to be going very well, phase 1. Phase 2, they're kind of looking at some other different areas, but we're collecting data, and then we're finally seeing where some problems are. And mostly it's about security deposits, first month rent, that's coming out, but there's hotel stays. To this point right now, Administrator Peters has reported like around 28,000 has been spent. So it's going well, we're collecting it, but it may be a little bit different, like a support service program, but we'll see. What I had asked Administrator Peters is that maybe in July, we should give you a report. You know, because we'll also see that there's a lot of people that go to the lake lots and they'll stay out there for the summer until fall time. By that time, maybe we'll have a good inkling of how this homeless program looks, or if it's a support services program that we need to enhance more to get housing. But I think that we'll have data so you guys can make decisions.
I just have a quick question. Is this the homeless program you're talking about? Is that the CRC?
Yes.
What they're doing?
That's the 600,000 that was appropriated by the legislature. It went to CRC so that we could have an intake.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they have other needs besides housing.
So I had a family member, who, he didn't have anywhere to go when the last time we got this below zero weather, and I told him to come to my house, temporarily. And I told him about the program, so he called, got an application, filled it out, and they said, okay, your appointment's gonna be February 15th. And this was like 2.5 weeks before that. So that kinda doesn't really help a homeless immediate situation.
No,
So-
yeah, I agree totally, because there's catastrophic. There's a difference between catastrophic and, oh, I'm planning on going get an apartment, you know.
Yeah, so
Do,
like.
talk to me after a while and give me the name of that individual so I can check up on that? Okay, and then I can get you some exact answers about that individual.
Yeah, I was just thinking, you know, maybe, I don't know if that was just in his case, or if everyone, because you know, there's so many people that are in these situations right now. They have to make an appointment, and they're booked out that far. That really doesn't help, you know, the situation then, so.
Yeah,
I just thought maybe there's something more they could do than rather than
There's
just make
immediate
them wait.
assistance. I mean, I would expect immediate assistance. Like this one time I got a homeless request at 4:15 on Friday. Called up the director and said, hey, look, they need to go in the hotel. We'll see them on Monday. That's probably what should have happened, but let me check into that.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe because he said he was staying with me temporarily,
maybe.
that they pushed it out. I don't know,
Yeah,
but I
that
just
could
thought
be.
that's something to look into.
Yeah,
So,
definitely we'll do that. So with,
I have another name for you, I'll pass
I'll put get names from DW. Okay. All right, I don't wanna, go on and on here, but, that was the most important information I have. ARPA stuff is right inside there. It's an extra Excel worksheet that shows the additional projects, where they're at. We've been encumbered by doing the MOUs, so we have an additional taking from these pots that are finished, and you'll see those additional projects. And mainly, we're not done with the community centers. We're not done with the powwow grounds. CBRF is on its way. There's also some cleanup regarding the daycare Head Start renovation that we need to look at. Just because we had some turnover in the directorships, Mia's helping us with some of that stuff, so there's some authority that you gave me to clean up some of these ledgers, so that's kind of where we're at until the executive orders hit. So, work in progress. We'll continue to, update the legislature regarding those projects, but one of the other things I want to say is that, the directors did one heck of a job with 66 million without additional project managers. And one of the things that we'd like to do is create a nice glossy, this is what we did with the ARPA funds, and show the products of before and after of CBRF, wild rice, our community buildings. Because it would also, I think, the community would like to see what those products were. It wasn't just aid. There was a lot of needed capital funding that the tribe never had, so. That's the end of my report. Does anybody have any questions?
Administrator Johnson, any further questions? Yes, Legislator Snyder.
Oh, I just wanted to say, Anne Marie, I'm so sorry about your loss in your family.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That was
Condolences
a
to you
tough
and your
one.
family. Yeah.
He was our, last longevity, director.
Oh,
Yeah, it
really?
was between him and Annette were the last.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they were here for 43 years, but I was happy that he got to retire.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Secretary Kaczak.
Yep, same thing. So first, I just want to, let you know that you and your family have been in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you. About you. Sorry for your loss, and I appreciate that. But related to the report on the executive orders, so while at NCAI last week, in regards to those, the message that we kept hearing was our sovereignty is being threatened. Our tribal rights are not privileges, and they're obligations of the trust and treaty that the U.S. needs to honor. And the most important thing was to keep documentation on direct impacts. The vacancy rates that are climbing throughout the federal government could impact us directly. And so I can't stress it enough just to document. The struggle is real.
Yeah.
I mean, we felt it immediately. To take the focus off of important things like, spend this money, are you gonna lose it? And now to focus on this takes us completely away from the services that are due to our tribal membership. It's just so, it's very difficult right now.
Secretary Kaczak. Anything else for Administrator Johnson?
Thank you. Good night.
Now moving on to our last minute, the HR and non-applicable case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague is not online here, so I'll go ahead and give the report. For January, HR staff worked on finalizing the 2025 COLA, making adjustments in several areas across the organization. For the most part, it went rather smoothly with only a few exceptions. And that is thanks to the payroll department and the tribal administration department. We then shifted our focus to the W-2 forms, which had to go out, and the updated W-4 forms for 2025. We assisted the new ECS administrator with updating their organizational chart and making adjustments to their job description so that critical vacancies can be posted. Realigning ECS to the tribe's current educational goals is critical to our early learners. This is still an area that will be monitored closely. Detention is another area that we are assisting with strengthening internal relations and processes. Under the new report from CIC, several recommendations were made and staffing remains a source of concern. We included them in the upcoming Public Safety Career Fair. HR was approached again by the Election Commission to finalize certification steps for the police chief candidate under the new changes to Chapter 132. HR plays a critical role in ensuring the candidate can be certified under the new rules in the chapter. HR has not gotten any additional guidance to the updated Department of Labor Fair Labor Standards Act for exempt and non-exempt. That was supposed to happen in January, and we haven't heard anything. But there are several departments where we'll need to make adjustments as we move forward. In the area of recruitment and retention, hiring staff have been meeting to plan for community outreach activities. The first one being the Public Safety Career Fair for law enforcement, detention, conservation, EMS, and transit. These are all areas that are a challenge to fill the positions. An objective of HR department is to do activities that generate interest in the community. Several area schools were invited to attend. In the area of background investigations, background completed the annual DOT drug testing compliance report, finalized backgrounds for another tribal school audit. We continue to work on a rehabilitation review process that mirrors the state process. Lately, there have been issues with candidate backgrounding, even involving us having to rescind job offers. We will provide the MTL with a presentation on types and backgrounds and requirements in the upcoming months. In the area of data entry was busy in January, ensuring all staff pay rates are correct. Many have to be manually calculated due to contracts and being at step 99 on the pay scale. We also assisted in getting W-2s printed out for those employees that did not get them in the mail. Payroll did mail them out on January 28th. In the area of training and compensation, we did special regrade projects for Child Support Department and the ECS Department. The next Supervisor Director Training Series has been planned and will start on February 25th. So far, we have about 20 to 25 participants that will be invited. The trainings are held in various locations every 2 weeks for a few hours. In the area of EAP, activity in this area has been consistent. 4 new EAP participants in January. Some of the issues being addressed are AODA, mental health counseling, and grief and loss counseling. And I'll entertain any questions that you might have.
Well, Ryan, we appreciate it. Yes, Secretary Pat.
So with the detention center in law enforcement, it's like seeing that we're close to like $1,000 officer. The trauma center. So going back to the executive, sorry, I don't have my mic on. Going back to the executive orders, the the U.S. government has an obligation to fully fund that, like our law enforcement, our housing, our clinic, education. And so those are the things that we need to make sure that we're lobbying for with dealing with these executive orders. And I don't know, I get frustrated when we're seeing another tribal member leaving because we can't afford to pay them what they deserve while they're up here, you know? And it goes back to, not being able to be fully funded by the BIA, and they're required to. So I think that's something that should be added to our lobby plan, and that we're ready to, that we need to, you know, stand up for our sovereignty and our rights, our loudly and aggressively, and be ready to defend what we should have that right for from with the funding, because it's just good, it'll trickle down and impact us. That they're keeping us safe, and when they're not staffed properly, there's things that will happen.
Exactly, yes.
So, if we could get what does that amount look like to have those areas fully funded? So that whoever's out in DC lobbying next, make sure that they have that amount. Say, this is what we're looking for, this is what, you have an obligation, you have trust and treaty rights that you need to honor, and this is the amount we need. So that's my little spiel on that, but to your report, are you using the state and national job boards yet for the vacancies that we can't fill for the licensed ones and difficult ones?
We're still working on that. We are working with a consultant, Paula Pecor, her name is. She is getting us a corporate LinkedIn account set up. Yep, and that's where we can do a lot of those national and state, but we continue to look for all available free resources. In fact, we just got another one, it's called WileyNet, that's where they can put law enforcement postings up. And that's a free one, so we're gonna be utilizing that. So in regards to your comment about the executive orders, yeah, that just kind of places more difficulty on our already difficult recruiting process, you know? But a little bit of good news, we did get one officer back from Shawano that went to Shawano recently, and he has decided to come back to us, so.
Nice.
That's already in place, but, yep, these areas are all really hard to recruit from. And, this public safety career fair, even though it was well attended and all of the departments were there, we didn't have, the best turnout, but we did get to meet with some of the students and some of the unemployed people in the area. And we did make a few contacts, so it's gonna be an ongoing process, these career fairs. That seems to be kind of the new way of reaching out to people now, instead of waiting for them to come to us.
Waiwanan.
All right.
Secretary Kekek, you got
Just
more?
one final one then too is for the EAP, where there's no staff yet, and that's been vacant for a long time as well. Have we considered changing that position to something more, like a wellness coordinator, position where they would be able to utilize coordinated services and referral base?
Yes.
Might be able to fill it rather than the counseling.
Yes, we are currently, doubling up in our spaces over there, doubling up offices, and EAP is one area that we really need to have a dedicated office so you can sit down and meet privately with employees. So we put in a request that when, WRDC moves out of the thick building, that insurance maybe moves up to the third floor where they previously were at. And then we would be able to occupy more space on the first floor. That way we could get a dedicated EAP employee in there. Right now, we don't have space for them, but we are looking at modifying that model to be more of like a intake and referral person instead of a certified counselor, because they're so hard to find.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
Yep.
Waiwanan. Legislator Wabanasco.
Okay, Brandon, sorry
Chevalier. I just got a question about if someone gets fired and they want to reapply, is there a restriction, timeline restriction yet?
Depends on the job description. Each department has their own, they write their own job descriptions. Some of them have some clauses in some of their job descriptions. Where it must be a 2-year, 5-year.
Okay, so.
Some of them say like, must not have any negative work history. So it all depends on what it says in the job description.
We had made a motion a couple of years ago to have, specific, so let's say somebody got fired for theft. They would have a certain amount of time before they could reapply at a different department within the tribe. The reason was we couldn't get enough employees to get the positions filled because a lot of them, one of them said 7 years. You know, and it was just too much, and I think pretty much everybody changed, even the casino had changed to 30 days. They can reapply. 30 days. So, what the motion, I can't remember the way it was worded, but I know it was changing the wording to where it's specific, and not for the whole tribal organization, like you got let go from one department, that doesn't stop you from applying at a different department. That's what the, motion was.
Okay, so, I heard that was passed some time ago. I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
I haven't seen.
Can't hear Legislator Chevalier.
I'm sorry, yep, I never heard a motion or anything to that effect. Nor have I seen one in the files over there, so, we are happy to entertain that again, if that's what the legislature wants to do. But it really is driven by the departments and what they want in their departments.
Yeah, there is a standing motion there.
Yep.
Yep.
I would appreciate that being sent to me if somebody has that.
Michaela, can you make a note for us, please, to check the database tomorrow? And we'll share that. There is no database?
I would have to like narrow it down to a meeting that is made by that.
All right, well, it's gonna take a couple of us to search through.
It was a motion made by
Myrna.
Myrna, and I second it, if that helps.
Was that in 2023 or 2022?
It was about 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, a year and a half ago.
Good luck finding that.
Okay, any further questions for Legislator Randy, our Director Chevalier, on the issue? No? All right, we're looking for a motion to accept the management team reports. Legislator Wabanasco.
I'll make that motion.
Waiwanen
What is it? Did we not just go over the
Just
LRPs
went
and
through
say something clearly?
LRPs. Motions shall be stated
Make a
clearly.
motion to accept the
Right, there you
management
go.
reports.
Waiwanen, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Secretary Kakak. Any further discussion or comments? Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwanen, Lee, Kathy, Anne Marie, and Randy. Now known as Legislator Chevalier. All right, so we'll move in. We have no 10-day waivers. That was item Neeson. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped right over it. Item number 19, other business. Legislature? Yes, Legislator Greeno. Yeah, there's an updated one with 3.
Okay, yeah, so there was 2 of them on my desk, I didn't know what.
Yep.
Okay. Move to entertain other business matters of an immediate nature that cannot wait until the next meeting. Number 1, legal advice, applicability of certain federal laws to Indian tribes. A, request to go into executive session pursuant to LRP 5.03 and bylaw 2, section 1, parent C, 1, bylaw 2, section 1, parent C, paragraph C. 3, legal consultation and advice clinic. Number two, right of first refusal. A, request to go into executive session pursuant to LRP 5.03 and bylaw 2, section 1, paragraph C, 1, bylaw 2, section 1, paragraph C, 3, legal consultation and advice clinic. Number 3, Haskell and Sippy resolution.
Waiwanan, is there a second?
Second for discussion.
Second by Secretary Kakak. Discussion, Secretary Kakak.
All right, so a couple questions that I have. One, executive session is not on the agenda. And two, I don't think 1 and 2 are worded correctly, legal consultation advice clinic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Third question is, can we, how would we move that into executive session if we don't have it on the agenda? And both issues, is there like a time constraint with them?
Yes, question number 1, I'm going to defer to our legal department. And question number 2 to yours, yes, the clinic one is a time constraint.
So they're both saying clinic.
Yeah. So let's start with question number 1. It's got the executive session piece to it.
Oh, she doesn't have that. But it's not,
Right.
why is it listed as clinic?
Because I printed that at 4:58 and forgot to delete
Oh,
the
that
word
one's-
clinic because I copy and pasted the add on Doug's item that also is executive session.
So number 2 is the Doug issue.
And that is the property, where what property
Yeah.
it is.
There you go. No, it's not on the agenda.
So I've looked at the issue and there's no specific, okay, first of all, I started with Robert's rules. There's no limitation on going into executive session, you don't have to have it on your agenda. So then I looked at our own constitution, and bylaw 2, section 1 states other business may also be transacted at such meeting if the legislature votes to consider such other business. When I looked at that, I compared that to the legislature, the requirements to go into executive session. You have the ability to do that if it meets those certain requirements, which for the one, at least, we know that. I don't know about Doug's issue. And so the extension of that, or I guess you can always amend your agenda according to Robert's rules. But you have to have 2/3 of a majority to amend your agenda. So I believe you can add executive session to your agenda, but you would need to do it with a 2/3 majority vote.
So the first one, or the first two, that appointment, the clinic one is a very time-sensitive issue.
Can't hear you, Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Doug. The clinic one does, stop. The clinic one does meet that, very time-sensitive, and also issue number 2, we're gonna go beyond our 30 days. I don't wanna say too much in open session, but there's a time limit on the days there, and we're gonna miss it if we wait till our next meeting. And I'm not 100% sure, I believe that is the CMN one, which is also time-sensitive issue as well, with the Haskell and SIPI resolution. So we do need to vote on it. In order for it to make it, we need a 2/3 vote.
Call a question.
I don't think we even got a second.
We didn't.
I did.
Oh,
I
yeah, she
second.
did too, I'm sorry.
I seconded.
Yep, all those in favor signify by A.
Hey,
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion carries. We have one abstention, one opposed. Abstentions first. Would you like to qualify, Legislator Delabrew? I'm sorry, opposed.
It's just trying to determine what exactly you're trying to do, in reference to the other business. It does say you can conduct other business, but at the same time, we've always provided our membership, and I think it's explicit in our rules, to go on executive session, and this is how it will be listed. But we didn't do that. We're violating our own rules, okay? And then whatever the posting policy would say, our ordinance, I don't know if it specifically mentions executive session or not. I'm sorry, I'll turn it around. That our own
Thank you.
rules state that we have to post it with with specificity as to our executive session items, and we didn't do that. And to do it under executive or other business, we're not providing membership, some of our activities that we're doing, and we're keeping them out of that knowledge base. Thank you.
Waywanen, thank you for that. Legislator Chevalier, would you like to qualify?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, only that I don't know that we've ever entertained executive session when it wasn't posted on the agenda. Thank you.
Waywanen for that. Back over here, Secretary Katkat.
So I know similar event took place at a Glitzy board meeting. And same thing, they wanted executive session, it wasn't on the agenda. But they went by Robert's rules and had the ability to amend the agenda and add executive session. As long as, up there though, it was for everybody to be in agreement, so. Due to the time constraint of the issues that need to be heard, I'm going to make a motion to amend the agenda to add executive session after the approval of meeting minutes.
I'll second.
Waywanen. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, comments? Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Just a question, Secretary Kakak, when they made that motion, did they amend it at the start of the meeting? Or did they amend it midstream? Because see, I think Robert's rules that you amend the agenda right away.
No, it was amended at lunchtime.
And I know we do deviations, we can do.
Yeah.
We can do that, but.
Yeah, because we had already approved the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and that was the question, was we've already approved this. And that's what they went back to was Robert's rules, and so they went ahead and amended the agenda to add executive session.
Tony?
Yeah, Robert's rules say you can amend the agenda at any time.
Waywanen. Doug?
Yeah, I shouldn't argue in favor of this because it's my executive session issue, but the tribe also has its own posting procedures, which are absent are in addition to Robert's rules. And those posting procedures, as the legislator Delabrew, I think, was pointing out, have to be outline what business we're undertaking for that particular meeting. And if they aren't on that agenda, then we're not supposed to take them up.
Waywanen. Anything further? Yes, Legislator Greeno.
Just a quick comment / question, I guess. I feel like we've done this before. We've added executive session items, but we had executive session on the agenda. So what's the difference if because that wasn't posted on the agenda, but we've done it before. So, just my comment.
Yeah. Okay, we do have one issue that was read. We have a motion on the floor. Do we? Yeah, we do. Yeah.
We voted.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, just number 3. Yep, Haskell and Sippy resolution, I believe, President Dr. Caldwell? Patiently. Somewhere here I do. Oh, yeah.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I can just kind of overview it, and as most of you know, with the news that we've been hearing about the impacts of the executive orders and other federal actions, it's having more immediate impacts, and this is one of them. We at the College of Menominee Nation are still monitoring, and we are seeing impacts. Grants still being held up, so we're still monitoring, working on that. We've advocated in DC the last 2 weeks with our students. We've been to Baldwin's office, Johnson's office, Weed's office, so they are aware of what we're looking at. This came up more recently because of the cuts to the workforce. So as you know, Haskell does take care of a number of our students, our people. As a tribal college president, I know President Arpan at Haskell and President Pfeiffer at Sippy personally over the last few months as their newer presidents, but getting to know them and the work that they're doing. So I come here both personally and also in my profession or my position as president of a fellow tribal college and university, and bringing this, looking for support from our legislature. At this time, none of the whereases included College of Menominee Nation, but I think there will be some requests we will have specifically in the future, but just wanted to focus on this issue during this meeting. I'll stop there and just take any questions if there are any.
Legislature? Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So who will draft this then for us?
Yeah.
This is just a rough draft.
Pretty quick turnaround. I just sent it to the chair's office and the staff just to get it on the other business agenda item, but assuming we can work with the chairman's office to get it into your template, and then to be signed off by the chair. There are some requests. I don't know if you have my email along with that. No? Okay. Mainly it's sending it to our elected officials, Baldwin, Johnson, Weed, and then if we have a copy, we share it with AHEC, American Indian Higher Education Consortium, who has been working with other congressional offices and as part of that larger intertribal group that's issued a number of letters to the administration, so this would just be added to that. I did include like a short blurb of where we get our materials, and I can update that as well to the chair's office. AHEC I just saw their website, they just put it up today. It's cataloging all the letters that have been developed, the different resources. It has our impact sheets that we shared with our elected officials' offices. So it's on their website, one-page legislative priorities. It has it laid out. I can forward that again to be shared with the legislature. But yeah, that's.
White Wine and Legislator Chevalier. Any other questions? Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Cowell, is there a way that, I know you gotta change this and put it on our format. Is there a way that you could personalize this more towards Menominee? Because Menominee has utilized Haskell, I know, for a number of years way back. That we've had a number of graduates, and when my grandfather went to Haskell. He was born in 1914. So there's been other Menominees that have gone there so that it makes it applicable to us. I don't know if SIPI has that same thing for Menominees, but I think rather than just being blanketly supporting them, they've utilized, they continue to use Haskell to advance. And at that time, there was no college denomination, there was no state college. There was some state colleges, but no way Menominees were gonna get in them. But that was the source of, it was Haskell, and there's another one that I know, I can't think of that institution's name, that it's just been recent because of some of the abuse that occurred there, but a lot of Menominees went there too. But I think as you're working through this with the chairman, I think you need to highlight that Menominees have used Haskell for a number of years.
Yeah, we can definitely work on that more personal connection for
Carlisle is the other.
Carlisle.
Yeah, and students in the, we have, like 14 students up there right now.
I think there's a bit more than that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Secretary Katkat.
So that was gonna be my same question, it looks like in the eighth whereas, talks about their student demographics there, if we could add our Menominee data on how many students we have. And I know, Shannon from Education Department keeps a pretty good detail on graduates. But add in there how many are currently attending and how many we know have graduated, you know, if we have that, you know, estimate of a number.
Okay.
Any further questions?
The other one is, the time constraint on this.
I mean, it's already, they've already cut their workforce by 24%. We're thinking there may be more cuts this coming week. I don't know what that means in terms, these were that probationary, and I think the next cuts will be at the administrative, executive type levels, so, yeah, it's.
Good, Legislator, Secretary
Yeah,
Katkat.
I'm just trying to figure out how, I'm trying to think how we, approve this. Or do we have it come back?
Can we
We
just
should be able
approve
to-
it with
I mean,
changes?
approve it with changes on our, add it on our
that
letterhead.
One whereas that reflects our connection.
Right, yep, yep,
Okay.
that's what we're.
Do you got a resolution number?
We don't, 25,
2505, I think would be.
yeah, looking at the agenda, a resolution number would be 2505. All right, Legislator Chevalier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 2505, resolution to exempt Haskell Indian Nations University and Southwestern Indian Polytechnic Institute from any reduction in workforce or federal hiring freeze, with the changes discussed tonight.
Wywanen, good motion.
Authorize the signatures.
Wywanen. Is there a second by Secretary Katkat?
Oh, yeah.
Was there something further, Legislator Chevalier?
Nope.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Yes, Legislator Greeno.
Do we wanna add a date in there of when we, like, want it done by? Cause I kinda, or do we just know that it's kind of a time-sensitive issue and
As
to
soon
work
as
on it right
possible?
away and, yeah.
As soon as possible?
Somebody mentioned something about a letterhead. Our resolution format, yeah. Yeah. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, Wywanen, legislators, Wywanen, President, is it Dr. President? President Doctor?
I don't know, for now, you can just say Chris. You can go home.
It's too late, eh? Figure that out.
Wywanen, Chris. Okay, moving on, you already made the motion to move those two issues to executive session under item number 20, would be item number 24, actually. Okay, 10-day waivers, we don't have any 10-day waivers. We have a couple older lingering time on task reports. I know you tabled these from last time, so the first one is the Madison location where Chairwoman and I were there for the day of the state address by Governor Evers. We made strong efforts to meet with many of the representatives and senators in the state capitol that day. We met with newly elected Senator Erica Wimberger, Republican out of Green Bay, to introduce who we were as a tribe and to bring him up to speed on the Kenosha project and other projects. He was the senator that reached out specifically to the tribe and had wanted to meet with us in person. We also met with Representative Bob Whitkey from Racine, a Republican, strong supporter of our projects and our tribe. Met with Senator Mary Felskowski, representative out of Republican out of Tomahawk, who has always been a strong supporter of our tribe. We also met with Representative Ron Tussler, a Republican out of the Appleton area, who is another strong supporter of our tribe and our projects. Representatives and senators expressed their support to our tribe and look forward to building and maintaining relationship with us in this new legislative year and beyond. Recommendations recommend to continue building strong bipartisan relationships and build that support, continue having regular presence at the state capitol, and keep representatives and senators informed of progress on the Menominee project. You're dragging it out too long. All right.
That was knocking?
Yeah.
I heard that. I didn't think that was knocking. Yeah, I thought it was a gun down the road.
Yeah, I don't know.
Someone better walk in. I didn't hear anything.
All right.
Burn the whole thing.
Yeah.
Too many questions.
Maybe someone's out there.
All right, my next one was the Ojibwe Federation. Attended the Federation meeting per Menominee Tribal Legislature motion. Same as in previous months, there were many topics discussed at the Federation meeting. Always takes front stage is the Wisconsin Native Language Initiatives and Programming. They are planning out for the next 10 years in Ojibwe country. They continue to have us be a part of that planning as we're moving forward with building stronger programs in the state of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. The Menominee Immersion Trainee Program at Language and Culture continues to be recognized for its ongoing efforts in language revitalization and normalization. The call out was made to all Wisconsin tribes to have a working session with their respective attorneys on ICWA. It was discussed and encouraged for all tribes to hold a yearly retreat or refresher session on going through your individual tribal policies, codes, and ordinances for child protection, especially with the new presidential administration. Their chief of police, along with their emergency management team, spoke on efforts with their opioid addiction, heroin, and other drugs, and the homelessness. Several of their natural resource personnel spoke on their ongoing projects such as wild rice programs, fish hatchery programs, chemical spills, and invasive aquatic species. Mo Lake also gave an update on their struggles with the new healthcare center, their new clinic they have built. There was also roundtable discussions on emergency shelters, what's working and what's not working, a lengthy discussion on interior, environmental, and related agency appropriations during the afternoon. Our recommendation, continue to honor our seat with our neighbors to the north and continue building strong relations with our Ojibwe relatives. Any questions on either report?
I just have one question.
Yes.
Has Vice Chair signed off on them since he's been in office? These ones have not been approved.
Nope, not yet.
Okay,
So you'll have to sign off.
yeah, yeah. Thanks.
Why for that, really, yep. Any further questions? If not, need a motion to accept the time on task reports from former Vice Chair Awanape.
I don't think we accepted it.
No? Okay. No. We're good. All right, moving on. Travel, item number 22. In your packets, we do have information on the Midwest Alliance of Sovereign Tribes Impact Week coming up March 23rd, 24th, 25th in DC. The only thing I know in the past since I've been here, we've tried to utilize this time to get maybe one or two of our newly elected legislators out there for the experience of it. And I still strongly believe in that, but what's different this time around is the presidential administration we have in place. And just my thoughts, maybe we send some of our stronger speakers to make their way over Mass this time, just because of where we're at with all the executive orders and everything that's coming through. Thoughts, Secretary Kakak?
I agree. I make a motion to send the chair and one other legislator to attend Mass.
Is there a second? Second by Legislator Greeno. Newly elected Legislator Greeno. Any further discussion? Yes, Legislator D. Greeno was first.
So I agree that we need to send, probably chair, but I think we could also send the newly elected legislator. I think it would be a good experience, even if she doesn't speak. She can, just watch and learn from that. I think the last time, I know when I went, I think there was 3 of us. So I would like to say send 3, 1 including chair, 1 including the newly elected legislator.
Motion maker? Yes, Secretary Kakak.
No, I'm gonna keep it at 2 with the chair and one other legislator, just being more cost effective. And to be able to make sure that they're strong, whoever that legislator is that's attending is a strong advocate for us and understands the lobbying efforts that we're working towards.
Any further discussion? Yes, Vice Chair?
Yeah, so as we talked this week about this, I'm happy this came a month early. Last time we went, it was only here, we only had a week notice. But I agree, we should send our strongest speakers, but they should work with our IGA manager to come up with a strong strategic lobbying plan. We have a short amount of time with them representatives over there, and we should take full advantage of it. So yeah, I agree, we should send our strongest speakers over there and work with our IGA manager.
I think it It was either Legislator Wabanascom or Legislator Delabrew was next. Ladies?
I'll defer.
All right, why not Legislator Wabanascom?
I think Gerald is very good at his job in keeping us up to date and on topic and prepping us before the meeting. And I think that would be really good for you to go if you can. It would be a really good experience for you. And something that a new legislature should have the opportunity. I didn't get that opportunity in my first 3 years. I just now went
Last week,
last week.
not to Mass, but to BC.
Yeah, to BC. So I think that would be a great opportunity for you, and I would suggest that you go with the chair. And you spoke up at our last meeting. I don't think you're afraid of talking. I think you would be fine.
Thank you.
Did you do your lobbying with Mr. Stroll yet? Your presentation? All right, and then we'll set up some other stuff if that's legislature's choice. We'll get some extra time with you, with Mose, and with Joe Stroll, our lobbyist. Yeah, the both of us. Okay, oh, I'm sorry, Legislator Delabrew, I almost.
I was just going to say that I think it was relatively insulting to think that our new legislative member couldn't go and couldn't speak.
Right.
I think she's been articulate enough. She's pretty brilliant, and that I think that gives a younger slant on some of the issues that are affecting our tribe. And I don't think that we should eliminate somebody from ever going for some of these things just based on whether they're newly elected or not.
Why not? I appreciate that. Any further comments? Secretary Kakak?
So I don't think it was geared towards our new legislator at all. We do have some that will sit here and that are not very vocal.
Yeah.
We know that. So I don't think it was geared towards anybody specifically. So I will amend my motion to have Legislator Sam Greeno attend with the chair to MAST.
Second, you're okay with that?
Who seconded?
Did I? Yes, I'm okay with that.
Oh, yeah.
Ron Greeno.
That's,
With time on task.
okay, why not? All right, any further discussion? Not hearing any, all those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Why not, everybody? That's all we had for travel. Item number 23, approval of meeting minutes. Let me see, number 1, MTL regular meeting, August 15th. Legislature?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve the Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes for August 15th, 2024 with any and all corrections.
Waiwan, and is there a second?
Second.
Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any discussion or comments? Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you. On page 2 of 10, under Mr. LaRock's statement, they got 202s. It should be the numeric 202 listed. And I gotta see, my minutes came weird. On page 7 of 10, there was where it says Awanapé qualifies as opposed. I was the one who opposed, and I believe Mr. Chairman Awanapé voted for it. But there only lists one opposed.
Oh, yeah. Yep, we'll have to make that correction. You see it on there? Page 7 of 10, item number, at the end of item number 25.
And on page 9 of 10, number 34, I thought we sent you guys to Glitzy. I didn't know we sent you to Glitz. That needs to be corrected. That's my comments on this meeting.
Waiwan, and thank you very much, Legislator Delabrew. Any further comments or discussion? All those in favor? Oh,
Sorry.
Legislator Greeno.
I just want to make a note that, I left my meeting minutes with all of my corrections at work today, because I got stuck there and I was in a hurry to get back, so. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I can do that, okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. All right, all those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention, motion carries. Would you like to qualify?
Just because I wasn't attending the presentation.
Waiwanen. All right, Legislature, number 2, regular meeting minutes, September 5th, 2024. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Secretary Kakak.
make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes, September 5th, 2024, Menominee Tribal Office Boardroom and video conferencing. Oh, sorry, never mind, I didn't mean to read that last part. With any and all corrections.
Waiwanen. Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any discussion, corrections, or comments? Yes, Legislator Delarue.
On page 4 of 19, under Mr. Laurent's statement, it needs to read the numeric 202 again instead of them written. And then on page 14 of 19, there's, the first motion says the motion dies, but there's no numbers as to who, how it died. It was 0-4-0 opposed, one absent. And that also goes to the next motion by Legislator Greeno. There's no numbers inserted in there as to that motion being carried.
All right, you got them noted, Michaela?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions?
I actually have a question.
Yeah.
So these are pulled from already signed motions. I feel the need that we should reprint these motions and get them signed again, because I wasn't here in office yet when these were made, so, and it seems to be that it's always the motions. So those are in book in our office with all these spelling mistakes. So how should we go about that?
So,
Let's,
with the formatting, when you're cutting and pasting, because our motions are done in that format, and so when you're cutting and pasting that, that's what the issue we were having the last year was, that changes that format. So the motions are correct, but when it goes into our minutes, they get wrong.
I mean, like the spelling errors and stuff.
Yeah. The motions are correct when they're going in, but then that format, that's what we've noticed in the last year. I don't know if Legislator Delabru knew anything under her term.
They used to have, Guy Kushina would review all the motions after spell, and he'd bring in the correction sheets for the motions that there was errors, if there was no numbers or however, but, then they would verify them with the meeting minutes to see that they were correct in the meeting minutes. But, you know, if your motion is correct, then it's fine, but then it still, these are the official record of the tribe, that, so they have to be accurate.
Yeah.
we can double check them with the motions that are sitting there.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention, motion carries. Would you like to qualify? Moving on to set number 3, MTL regular meeting minutes at tribal school. Legislature?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes dated September 19th, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Good motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Legislator Greeno. Any discussion, corrections? Yes, Legislator Delabru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 3 of 7, the very first motion, number 10, signify is spelt wrong. And because it's land lease use, chairman's required to vote. So that number should be 9, not 8, unless the chairman stepped out, but it didn't indicate that. And on page 4 of 7, again, well, abstentions is misspelled. And then it's the next, that same motion, there's no numbers there for motion carried, 040 opposed. And then on the following motion, I think they wanted to put a number in there under motion, by a little thing, I motion, it says it has a G. So, whether that's supposed to just be a semicolon or what, but there's an error there. And on page 5 of 7, I don't know what the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th sentence, there's a word that says because they are for use by our mat. I don't know what that is. And pharmacy departments.
What number was that, Legislator Delabrew?
MAT,
MAT, MAT.
Yep, MAT,
that's the,
medical assisted treatment.
Okay, so probably should be either M period, A period, T period, or spelled out in its entirety. And on page 6 of 7, there doesn't appear to be a vote on it at all. On the, it just talks about the motion was made regarding opioid settlement. Some of it got confusing when you'd see committee assignments and you'd see that they moved to carry it forward, but then you didn't see a vote on it. This one doesn't have a vote. So I don't know if that was just a repeat of the motion, but I couldn't follow that there was one. That's the extent of my comments.
Waiwanan, Legislator Delabrew. Anything further? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Would you like to qualify?
Just wait to get, sorry.
All right. Next set, number 4, MTL special meeting, MIMS building, September 9th. Legislature?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Secretary Khakra.
I'll make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature regular, special meeting, September 26, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Second.
Waiwanan, questions, comments? All those in favor signify by A.
Just that it should be noted special, not regular.
All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Waiwanan. Moving on to the next set, number 5, MTL regular meeting, October 3rd, 2024. Legislature?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes dated October 3rd, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Waiwanan, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Legislator Delabrew. Comments, discussion? Yes, Legislator Chevalier?
Correction on number 14. There's 3 L's on my name, and actually it's only 1. And then on number 16, there's 3 L's on Danielle's, and I think there's only 2 L's. Getting a little L happy there.
Waiwanan, Legislator Chevalier. Any further corrections or discussion? Yes, Legislator Delabrew.
Thank you. On page 5 of 7, second sentence says inciting. It's not that citing, it's the CITING. And that members need to be informed, not condoned. And then on page 6 of 7, there's a motion to reconsider other business, matters of immediate nature, but it doesn't list anything for other business as to what we're going to consider. one where she's, made by Legislator Greeno. If she moves to approve travel, and it should be an insertion of for the chair. And then at the lower motion, when we come out of executive session, the chair is supposed to vote, but in this case, we have 10 legislators because 8 were for it and 2 were absent. And that also applied to the very next motion on page 7 of 7. 8 for, 2 were absent. And when we adjourned also, we had 10 legislators.
So what was the one about the other business?
There's no, it doesn't say what we're entertaining under other business.
I have confirmed annual general council and schedule interviews.
Mine says, Randall Chevalier, I move to reconsider agenda item number 22, other business matters of immediate nature. Legislator Greenman seconded the motion, but there's nothing there as to what we were going to reconsider under agenda item 22.
Are we looking at the same one? Am I missing something? Because the one I have, number 22, other business, it does list it, the motion was by Dana Greeno.
October 3rd, right? October 3rd?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have Dana and then I have Dana seconding it. And then you guys set the general council meeting.
The next motion is from
Dana.
Legislator Wabanasky to go back to agenda item 25. That's what I got, maybe my minutes are screwed up.
I moved to set general counsel.
On page 6 of 7,
For some reason, mine are backwards. 21, 22, 23. 24, 25, 26. Yeah, I still keep, I got the same thing. We went from 21, final approval amendment number 9, ordinance 23-44. And at the top of page 5, Delabrew qualifies her opposed. 22, other business matters of immediate nature. By Dana Greeno, and then it lists all the pieces. Dana Wabanascom seconds. And then the very next motion, Dana Greeno set general council meeting.
yeah, and my comments were on page 6 of 7. Yeah, that's Randall Chevalier, I move to reconsider agenda item number 22, other business.
Agenda item number 2, okay, 6 of 7, all right, I see it now. Immediate nature. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, he didn't list out all the,
Yeah, this was my first meeting, and when I did the minutes, he doesn't state what he wants to go back and talk about. So do I just make up the rest of them?
Why would we reconsider something? Reconsider what?
It doesn't say.
yeah, it doesn't say.
It doesn't say individually. I can go back and rewatch, but like.
All right. Yeah, let's make the effort to go back and see.
Yeah.
See what's going on there. They've, yeah, they made the motion with corrections, so hopefully we'll be able to find where the issue is with that. Anything further, legislature? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstention?
Abstain.
Motion carries. Would you like to qualify?
I was absent for this meeting.
All right. Number 6, MTL special meeting, Associate Supreme Justice and MITW Finance Manager, October 16, 2024. Legislature?
Okay,
Yes.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature special meeting minutes dated October 16th, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Waywan, good motion. Is there a second? Legislator Wabanascom. Any discussion, comments, or corrections? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion carries. Would you like to qualify?
I was absent for this meeting.
Waywanan. Next set, number 7, MTL regular meeting, October 17th, 2024, Legislature.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a
Yes.
motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes dated October 17th, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Waywanan, good motion. Is there a second? Second by Legislator Greeno. Any discussion, corrections, comments? Yes, Legislator Delabrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 4 of 9, again, there's one with regards to real estate transactions. The chair is required to vote. This does not have the chair voting. The next motion, number 8, is on appropriations, but the chair is required to vote also, and that doesn't reflect the chair's vote. And on page 5 of 9, which is again an appropriation, the motion is carried 7-4, 1 absent, so the chair is required to vote on that motion also. That is the extent of my comments.
Waywanan. I always thought it was the chair may vote, but they have to vote.
There are some areas of
Yep.
constitution, real estate, appropriations.
Yeah, okay, all right, gotcha. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion carries. Would you like to qualify?
Not present.
All right, Waywanan, moving on to the next set, MTL regular meeting minutes, November 7th, 2024, Legislature. Yes, Legislator Greeno?
I'll move to approve MTL regular meeting minutes dated November 7th, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Waywanan, good motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any discussion, questions, corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention, motion carries. Would you like to qualify, Legislator Greeno? All right, Waywanan, moving on to item minutes number 9, MTL regular meeting minutes, November 21st, 2024, Legislature?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes dated November 21st, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Waywanan, is there a second? Second by Legislator Greeno. Any discussion, comments, corrections? Yes, Legislator Delabrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, under pages 2 of 7, 3 of 7, and 4 of 7, anything in reference to land lease, chair is required to vote, so those numbers have to be changed.
Okay, appreciate that. Anything more, Legislator?
That's it for me. That's all I have.
All right, Waywanan, anything further? Any questions? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? 2 abstentions, motion carries. Legislator Delabrew, would you like to qualify?
I was absent, excused.
Legislator Greeno, would you like to qualify? All right, Waywanan. Moving on to our next set, MTL regular meeting minutes dated December 5th, 2024. Legislature?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes dated December 5th, 2024, with any and all corrections.
Waywanan, it's a good motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Discussion, corrections, comments? Yes, Legislator Delabrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was present for that meeting. They list me as absent. And under the comments for Mr. Cox for emergency housing, I believe he wants to mention Rana, but they got Rena.
Norman?
That was Rona, Miss Guzman, Mrs. Guzman. Was the only way that-
So do I put aliases or?
Yeah, she goes by Rona. Well, I don't know if you put A, I think they asked that the comments be published.
Yeah.
She goes by Rana Ann.
That's her real name, yeah.
Right, but in here, when he spoke of Rana, and that's what we call her. That's what everyone knows her by.
Legislator Delabro, I believe we were still over by you.
Yes, on page 9 of 12, number 1 has Agriculture Environmental Committee. Motion was by Mr. Bisa to approve and recommend. There's no action after that. So I don't know if we didn't take, I believe we took some, but, or if it was just information, but it's just sitting there as no action. Because when you look at number 2, then Legislator Chevalier did make a motion in reference to that item.
I'm trying.
That's all my comments.
All right, White Wine, any further comments or corrections? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Moving on to our next set, MTL. It says Special Meeting Finance Manager, MITW Internal Audit Director, December 12th.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve Menominee Tribal Legislature special meeting minutes dated December 12th, 2024 with any and all corrections.
White Wine, good motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Legislator Wabanascom. Any discussion, comments, or corrections?
Mine says regular.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be special.
Special.
Yep. Yep. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention, motion carries. Would you like to qualify, Legislator Greeno? All right, and moving on to set number 12, MTL regular meeting, December 19th, 2024. Legislature?
Chair,
Yes, Legislator Chevalier.
I'll move for approval of the Menominee Tribal Legislature regular meeting minutes, December 12th, 2024, with any and all corrections.
White Wine and good motion. Is there a second?
Thought we just did one.
We did 12 already. Should be the 19th, right?
Yeah.
That's what I said.
No, you said 12.
said
Oh,
19th.
December 19th,
Good
sorry.
catch, White Wine.
December 19th, that's the best day ever.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Was there a second on that one?
I'll second.
Second by Legislator Greeno. Any discussion or corrections? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? One abstention, motion carries. Would you like to qualify, Legislator Greeno? Waiwanen. All right, we need a motion to go into executive session.
So move.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
We just stated it.
Wait, who'd you say it?
Secretary Kakak made the motion. I'm looking for a second.
What's the motion?
State the motions
She
clearly.
didn't state the motion. She followed my wording. The motion is to go into executive session by Secretary Kakak.
I'll second.
Second by Legislator Wabanascom. All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We are in executive session.
Abstain, Mr. Chairman.
You abstain? Oh, all right, we have one.
Recording
abstention.
stopped.
Would you like to qualify, Legislator Delabrew?
No, recording stopped.
Too late. Nice. Nice.
Tonight he told.
And I just got approval from the
Waiwanan,
Have a good night.
nice evening. Get some rest. We got an early day, early start tomorrow.
Don't look up when you walk out.
Mark, is there a reason Mark Greeno is still on the call? Is there a reason Mark Greeno's on the call yet? No. Okay. Oh, he's off. All right. Waiwanan, Marcus. All right, we got Doug and Josh. All right, gentlemen, who wants to go first? Let's get moving. Doug, let's
Yep.
take care of your land issue first.
Sounds awesome, Chair. Thanks. I'll try not to take too long. It's kind of late.
Blame Gina. 100 questions tonight, this lady.
10-4, all happy over there. All giggly. All right, so you have a memo that I had put on your desk working with legal. Attached to that memo is a letter from Bay Bank. So on January 30, Land Management Department received a notice from Bay Bank on a default on a Section 184 loan, of course, held by a tribal member who are living on leased tribal land. The mortgage and a note are held by both tribal members. The lease obviously is in one of their names. The notice of the right of first refusal to the tribe, in reference to the letter, it lays out two things, basically. The tribe can choose to acquire the interest in the property by payment of all sums in arrears and either payment of the balance of the mortgage or assumption of the mortgage in whole. So that's kind of the two options that are there on leasehold mortgages in default. Now, keep in mind, this is the first time we've encountered one of these. So since we went to Hearth and we've got leasehold mortgages that are mortgages issued under Section 184 from Bay Bank, this is our first one that this has occurred under. We've had mortgage defaults in the past, but them have been USDA loans. The USDA contacted the tribe directly back when those were in front of us as well. And again, the difference in these is the bank is showing you the remedies under Section 184. If the tribe doesn't exercise its right in the first two options, the default remedies for the bank are to file a foreclosure action in tribal court to obtain a monetary judgment and eviction, and two, with consent of the tribe, sell the leasehold interest to another eligible lessor. The purchaser will receive the lease for the remaining term of the original lease. And all of this is subject to approval by the tribe and the bank, and the mortgage and lease may be assumed by another party. So those are what will happen if the tribe doesn't exercise its options up above. And again, no matter what, if you don't do anything, the bank in exercising its options will work with the tribe on those. Obviously, they don't have a choice in respect to the land, because they can't, in foreclosure under 184, they can't leasehold mortgage. They can't take hold of the land. They can only take hold of the property. So they have no choice but to work with the tribe on their options to find another person to take on that mortgage and the lease. And of course, the tribe would then reissue a new lease to that new mortgage holder for the remaining term. I put the amounts in there. If you see the memo, the amounts that the tribe would assume if you exercised to take on those amounts, the arrears Let's see, before the 25th, $6,017.98. Arrears after March 12, $7,290.36. And the payment in full of the mortgage on February 25th would be $185,049.96. And after March 12, $185,596.39.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I mean, are we sure there's no mistake here? I mean, that's just unbelievable.
No, Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yeah, Legislator Chevalier.
Is this a relative of yours?
Yeah, and they're both hardworking people. Not just that he's my son, but yeah, no, I'm trying to stay neutral on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair. I should have couched that in the front end of this, that this was a relative of yours. Apologize for that, but
Mr. Chair?
Chair,
Yeah, I do, yeah. I have to recuse myself of it.
Chair, and you see the bank letter attached there. So, and again, I know this is a conflict for you, but I just want to respond to your reaction. It's the letters from the bank. Land management doesn't have anything to do with that portion of it. When the legislature approves leasehold mortgages, you know, that's what section 184 is about. So this isn't a land management action. This is a bank action.
Right, now that I didn't know that's what it was. Did I step out? Is that how we do this? Yeah. That's the first I see.
You can't leave, though.
Can I go home?
Real.
Try not to talk about you while you're gone.
Are we okay to go, Vice Chair?
Yeah, hold on, Legislature, has a comment.
Okay.
Mic on?
I'm sorry, would this pertain to me as well as where I'm related? Like, he's not my son, but he is a cousin, so does that pertain to me as well? As immediate family or?
It was the first cousin, but that's a question you have to ask yourself. I mean, we can ask you if you feel that, if it's in relation to the level that we outline in our rules, but that's something you've got to ask yourself if you feel that you have a conflict.
Okay, that's the only question I have.
Okay. So you good?
No, I would be.
Alrighty. So Legislature Greeno is gonna recuse herself as well.
All right, you're muted, Doug. But I
Yep.
have a question.
Yep, go ahead, Secretary Keke.
Okay, so, you stated earlier that this has happened before with other section 184 mortgages?
Has not. This is the
Has not.
first.
This is the first one?
This is the first 184 with a Bay Bank leasehold mortgage.
Okay.
It's happened in the past just with USDA loans.
Okay,
So
USDA.
USDA rural developments, yep. Those were always direct contact from USDA, and they left it to the tribe in every one of those cases. And some of those USDA did nothing. Neither the tribe nor USDA did anything. There's one example where the person just continued living in the home and USDA never exercised their authority. But in this case, that's not going to happen.
Legislature Delbro.
Doug, and I don't know if you were on, or if you may recall, but I think it's well before your terms, but I think Associated or Citizens Associated might have done the 184s. Didn't we have some of those?
I can't remember any of those It could be if you remember one, it's likely that occurred. It must have been before my term, Legislator Delabrew.
Yeah, I think there was, some that came towards the table, but there was nothing we could do, you know, didn't have the kind of money to
Yeah,
do it.
yep, and,
As long as
you
the
know,
land went back to a tribal member, that was our biggest concern.
correct. Yep. I was informed, that Oneida takes these on themselves, but again, apples and oranges kind of. So Oneida has the ability to take these on and pick them up themselves. You know, but again, I don't believe we do, but that's certainly your option.
It's not apples and oranges, it's money and none.
Good, Legislature Delbro?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
Legislature Greeno?
So, Doug, if we choose not to purchase this, then it just goes, well, what happens if we don't purchase?
So the bank will take judgment and they'll try to collect initially. And then they will put it out there for another eligible mortgager that can take on that loan, and then they'll let the tribe know that they have an eligible applicant, and we will work with them to get that eligible applicant a lease under the same section 184 leasehold mortgage. Now, there is a 15-day provision there, so that won't apply if the tribe doesn't choose to buy this out. So you'll see that in my memo, to exercise the right of first refusal, the tribe would need to send notice to the bank and the mortgage holders to assume the loan and pay the arrears, or pay the balance of the mortgage. Mortgage holders would then have 15 days from the date of that notice to cure their default. So there is that provision in there again, but that provision is if the tribe thinks they can take that on and purchase that. And again, I don't see that happening from where we are. But again,
So, and it doesn't have any, normally don't we get like lot numbers or like, where is this?
yeah, correct. I would have to go back to the lease. Legislator Green, I don't have that in front of me. I don't think that's relevant to the question, you know,
Yeah.
to the mortgage default.
I just think, I mean, it's already a tribal land, so I don't see any reason for us to purchase. So, yeah, I would say just let another tribal member.
So,
Legislature Delbro, then we'll go to Secretary Keckert.
are you done, Legislature?
Yeah, I'm good.
Doug, did you say that after we provide notice that we were not going to exercise our option, then the bank will give them 15 days to cure their default?
Nope, the bank will give them 15 days only if the tribe exercises. So if you would choose to buy that out, the responsibility is that the tribe then notices to the bank and notices to the mortgage holder that we're going to buy it out, and then they have 15 days to cure.
Oh, I thought you said the reverse, that once we said no, that they have an opportunity to cure the default.
No, once we say no, the bank takes their options and moves ahead.
Yeah, but even if we did that, there's no guarantee they'd cure the default with us, given what's the amount they owe.
Right, exactly.
Secretary Keckert?
So that's kind of too where, trying to figure out what the best, resolution for this is, I guess, because I think it is important to find out where the land is located at. Because either we take it on or the bank takes it on, and depending on the location, it's gonna be difficult to, try and put it somewhere else for, finding another purchaser.
Do,
I mean, if it's,
I
if it's
don't-
in Zor,
I
do we
don't-
have a whole lot of people wanting to
it's-
move to Zor? If it's
I
in
believe-
Neopit, we don't have many people wanting to live in Neopit.
I believe it's Knott's Landing in Neopit, but don't hold me to that. But it's in Neopit. I could find out if you guys want me to. I think Kim knows. Well, she's probably, I don't know if she's up.
I don't think it's Knott's Landing, that's where my parents live, and they don't live in that area.
go ahead, Legislature Robin Ascom.
I think it's difficult for tribal members with trust lots to get these type of loans. And we don't wanna ruin it with Bay Bank because they're willing to do these loans for our tribal members. Yeah, but we need to take that into consideration.
Yeah, and section 184 is the only program out there for loans on trust land. And Bay Bank right now is the only bank giving section 184 loans, at least at Menominee. Mobile homes, there's some different programs out there, but Legislator Robin Ascom, this is, you're right, this is the only one.
And then the other thing I'm thinking of is maybe they're just waiting for tax time to get this caught up. I don't see it coming, just letting it go.
But if that was the case, they would have worked something out with the bank. You know what I mean? I mean,
You guys good? I'm good. All right, Legislature Chevalier?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Doug, do you remember when they started this program that they had, they knew that they could possibly end up in this situation, and what was their plan?
Yeah, I don't know when they, excuse me, I don't know when they started, their problems with paying their mortgage. That I don't know. So when Bay Bank would have first contacted them or whatever, that they started their issues with them, that I don't know. But Section 184 loans have been quite some time now that they've been doing them in our leases under Perth in Chapter 138 for leases and mortgages clearly states in your lease that if you default, this is the result. So there's a whole section in your lease when you have a leasehold mortgage with us and with the bank, of course, that outlines what happens if you default.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just think the bank had to figure there are gonna be some issues like this that come up, and they're gonna have to insulate themselves in some fashion. Our concern is that the land is already in trust and that they will try to secure another Menominee to buy it, but in the meantime, maybe those two individuals will realize the seriousness of what they did and try to cure the breach. Bank basically would like them to just get caught up with their arrears, and or else even ask, I don't know if these individuals know enough to ask the bank to put those arrears to the back of the loan again, just and stay current. We don't know what kind of communication has happened.
Legislature Greeno?
I just want to comment on that because I have a Section 184 loan with Bay Bank, and I fell on hard times once and got a letters, and I was a couple of months behind, and I had arrears, and I got a letter saying, notice to cure default or whatever it is, and it tells you, please contact our office, or they'll email you, they'll send you a letter, they'll even try to call you.
Yep.
And I spoke with them, this same lady, and she will work with you. They'll work with you because that's specifically what this program is for natives on trust land they want you to own a home. So if these two individuals would have just responded to whatever, mail or letters or whatever they got, they will work something out with you so that you don't lose your home. So to me, it kind of just seems like they just let it go. Maybe they don't
Our,
want it anymore.
our experience with Bay Bank and their loan officers, just on our lease side of things, has been that they've really reached out to help tribal members secure mortgages on trust land. At the end of the day, they're still a bank, yes, but that they've done an exceptional job of getting folks mortgages on the reservation here.
Legislature Valier?
So Doug, the only question for us though is whether we want whether we're interested in this or not.
Your options, your options are to take it on, so them arrears, and then pay the mortgage balance. If you want to take that on, that would be your options. If you don't, then the bank would move with their options that are outlined there. So that's in either case, the bank's going to work with the tribe on it. They can't not work with it because they're leasehold mortgages. So no matter what they do, they're going to have to work with the tribe moving forward on this.
I'm in favor of just letting them work with the buyers still on this.
I agree. And let it proceed either way. They either cured in default or not.
And really, it's similar to you not to the legislature not exercising its right on a 10-day. So your answer would be, we're not going to exercise this right. So that's really the answer that we'd be looking for, so we can tell the bank.
Do you have to have a motion when we come out regarding that?
Yes, that would, yes.
Okay.
I didn't type one up. I had Chris help me with the memo. And honestly, when we dealt with this, when we received a letter, we had a meeting with legal, and Chris said she would write the memo. If I known that our deadline was coming, I would have told Michaelan in the chair last week that we needed an executive session tonight for this issue. Legal emailed me my memo this afternoon at 3:00. I went, OMG, I forgot. So that's partly on me, partly on legal. So if we'd have did this right, we'd have had an executive session on the agenda, and we'd have had this forwarded. So I kind of to blame for this being late in front of you guys, and I apologize for that. But we did talk about this at length with legal, when we got the letter from Bay Bank and planning forward on it. So we were prepared. She just didn't put a example motion in there, but basically it's, the motion can be just to refuse just not exercise the tribe's right in this right of first refusal on this default.
All right. Legislature Romanesco?
That's what I was gonna say, so the motion would read, make a motion to not exercise the right of first refusal.
Correct. In the default case, section 184 mortgage.
All right. So we're good on that issue.
Okay. We done?
Yep.
Thank you, Doug.
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, let's hope not too many more of these start coming in. Let's hope everybody's keeping up with their mortgages, because we want this to work for everybody.
Right.
All right, have a good night, guys.
My man and Doug.
Yeah, Poso.
Poso. So when we come out of executive, would I have to call for the motion, or are we good?
Not until we're done.
We come out of executive.
Well, because it's regarding a family member for him. Okay.
to them, had a chew with them.
Was it after 10?
It's only 11.
You can't tell, mine are bifocals. There's no line in them anymore.
All right, John. Are you waiting for us, John? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So John, when you say likely that PHI was breached, do you guys have solid proof of that? Okay. So like,
So what we know is what they had access to, right, the files, and we know from the clinic looking at these that there was PHI, at least on some of them, and their view of right now is like, probably have to assume that they had access to potentially.
Legislator, want to ask them, the independent?
So I guess my question would be, because the clinic was hacked, how was it the clinic's fault that the information got out there? Was it
Well,
clinic's fault?
I mean, in theory, anyone could get hacked. The question is, did you have the proper policies and security policies, and did you do the audits, and did you do everything you're supposed to do under HIPAA to secure that information? If you did all that and you still got hacked, then you're not necessarily at fault. I guess we can't say, I can't say for sure what OCR will find out in an investigation, but I think, judging from what we've heard from our cyber folks and from Baker Hostetler, it sounds like we probably didn't have all the HIPAA compliant policies.
Yes, Legislator.
yeah, so that was gonna be my question too, when you say fines for what? Fines for not having,
Violating HIPAA.
violating the HIPAA, okay. And is there, potential for lawsuits from any of these customers or clients?
There would be a sovereign immunity defense in place. Probably HIPAA direct sanctions, if that's the defense, no sovereign immunity against the defense.
Not against tribal members.
Or non-tribal members?
Well, actually,
Non-tribal, you could say.
we try to have a sovereign immunity against tribal members as well.
There's a certain limit.
Well, the only, unless it's a suit for a violation of tribal ordinance, provision of tribal constitution, then you need to sue. These are generally probably negligence or invasion of privacy, those type of things, so you never know, but and
reasonable argument. 50-50 does sound okay, but at the same token, I believe that the stance should be that HIPAA does apply because of the FQHC and the amount of money we get through Indian Health, not just through the clinic, but through other sources. Any punitive fine, I mean, what did we just get? FQHC, 22 million? And third part, or IHS funding to the clinic is what, about 15 million over that? So I just don't think that that's worth risking. And I don't know if they operate like OSHA, where OSHA comes down and hands you a penalty, but then you sit down at the incident and you go through different things and then the penalty starts going down.
They have different tiers depending on the fine, how much was, so
Your negligence.
So there is some room for that. You know, I can't, I don't know enough about it. Everyone, the presumption is that there's some violation.
Yeah, and then I just don't know how successful Menominee would be in, was it 7th Circuit?
Yeah,
Greaselock is still lit.
so these cases come up all the time regarding various federal laws, and it's a mixed bag, you know, which I would some circuits are much better, Minnesota, 6th Circuit, much better, because some circuit courts take the position that the default is, if you don't think that's really all mentioned in your trials, doesn't apply to you. Whereas the default here in the 7th Circuit is, you presume it does apply to you, unless you can show how that's the negative impacts, like, issues to the
Any further questions, legislature? Yes, legislator Green.
Well, I don't really like the idea of a motion saying we agree to apply. I think the issue is, from Josh and Gabe's standpoint, they don't want to take this position, and it's a good question if the legislature wants to kind of override that. And if they don't, then that's the position that they try to position. I don't know, Josh, what do you feel?
No, I think we're assuming that HIPAA does apply to us, so a motion stating otherwise would be the definitive thing that says we're not saying that it doesn't apply to us, otherwise we'll just proceed it that way, as if HIPAA applies to us. We just felt that, well, I feel it's from my take, we should make that decision, so that's why we brought it here. It's actually the overall driving, it's not a decision.
So, okay, so in that case, that means we are gonna release a bulk tax statement and bring that to that meeting.
It will be next week, because the time period, you're supposed to do it as soon as possible, still within 60 days. The earliest the 60 days around will be from the 7th. But there's an argument to be made that the date that 8 months when you find out or have a good reason to believe that the PHI reaching that might have been a week or 10 days before. So it's going to be soon.
How soon are the letters to the patients and so on?
Same thing. What they need to do is give a list of all the patients that family members.
And that's a question for, the council, the assistant who's tried with this, I know personally, I've received letters, my wife has received letters of incidents that happened all over here. So, even outside entities that have something that happens, they don't usually allow it in 60 days long times.
I was just gonna ask, with that recent hack in Green Bay with all the hospitals and that, have they received any notification for fines? I I'm sure they had to report a breach.
So what I did include here is all the fines.
I see that, yeah.
They have this. So this, it's not in that one. And then it gives you like, there's a training, right? There's like 4 million, I think, was the highest one in here. $50,000. I think, you know, there's also an argument to be made, hey, this is not a huge, for-profit corporation here. Right. It's actually, you see, it's a, there might be some argument to be made when it comes to the size of the fund. And, you know, that's, we have to sort of work.
Yeah. I see Sault Ste. Marie got hacked with Chronicle, so let them establish a case, so.
Have you speaking with, our outside counsel, it's like,
Recording in progress.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by legislator Wabanascom. All those in favor signify by A. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Any motions coming out of executive session? Legislator Greeno, I'm sorry.
Okay, I move to not exercise our right of first refusal, default of section 184 mortgage.
Second.
Second by legislator Wabanascom. Any discussion, comments? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
I'll move to invoke the 5-hour rule.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to invoke the 5-hour rule. Is there a second? Second. Second by vice chair. Any questions, comments? All those in favor signify by A.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Looking for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Motion by legislator Chevalier.
Wait to get on
Is
the
there
other
a
side
second?
of that all night, weird.
Second by legislator Gauthier. All those in favor signify by A.
Least England.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. We are adjourned at 11:38 p.m.
Thought that was me. I thought that was gonna be a quick one.
Yep, I was like, here we go.
Take your mic away from her.
Yeah, she did ask us to keep those, all right. Yeah.
Now where do I take this?
Give them to, give them me. Good night, everybody. Don't forget, send in your wish lists if you haven't already.
I would meet with that. We were last minute, just from experience.
Yeah, talk to that, I'll be ready.
It's not, it's in here.
No,